Ich sollte nicht immer so hoch gehen. Ich weiß doch, wie schief das geht, wenn ich das mache. Ah, warum höre ich nie raus? Ah, die Kopfschmerzen. Stream in der Kappa. Erstmal einen Schluck. Hydrating ist sehr wichtig. Und ja, wie man sieht, ich bin wieder bestens vorbereitet und habe nicht früh genug Genshin gestartet, weswegen wir jetzt warten müssen, dass Genshin soweit ist. Wunderbar. Ich liebe es, wenn mir sowas passiert. Ach, und Hallöchen natürlich an alle, die jetzt schon im Chat sind. Hallöchen Feli. Hallöchen Twitch. Hallöchen YouTube. Ich hoffe, es geht allen gut. Ich hoffe, es haben alle einen angenehmen Wednesday, my dudes. Und ich hoffe, es passt sonst soweit alles und dass der Ladebildschirm am besten der einzige Scuff jetzt gerade ist. Das wäre nämlich wunderbestens, wenn ich das Gefühl habe, als hätte ich mir schon wieder wehgetan. Danke für den Resub im 12. Monat. Ich frage mich gerade erstens, warum der Chat nicht funktioniert. Und zweitens, warum der Alert nicht kommt. What the fuck? Also es kann nicht an Stream Elements liegen, weil in meiner anderen Szene habe ich scheinbar, hier, wie heißt das, den Chat. Ich weiß nicht, was da los ist. Nicht, dass es daran liegt, dass nur ein Chat immer, also nur ein Overlay gleichzeitig immer an sein darf. Das wäre kacke. Nö, daran scheint es nicht zu liegen. Ah! Was ist das schon wieder für eine Scheiße? Ah. Darf ich das jetzt nebenher auch wieder fixen oder was? Ah. Ne, funktioniert nicht, scheinbar. Nicht, dass das hier jetzt mit der vertikalen Quellengeschichte da problematisch ist. Ich guck mal eben nach. Ah. Ich hasse es, wenn das passiert. Ich hasse es. Das ist aber immer nur dieses eine Overlay. Das andere Overlay hatte noch nie Probleme. Noch nie. Ah, Steam Elements will generell gerade nicht funktionieren, habe ich das Gefühl. Ich komme noch seitlich. Geil. Hallöchen, Diana, willkommen. Und wie du siehst, es gibt gerade irgendwie scheinbar keinen Chat oder so, weil, keine Ahnung. Irgendwie spinnt Stream Elements gerade. Ja. Jetzt funktioniert mal langsam mein Dashboard oder was? Streaming Tools. Overlays. Da, wie geht's? Angenehmen Tag bisher gehabt. What the fuck? Warum krieg ich auf einmal Quest? Auf der Spur des Eigenwehrs. Oh, das ist. Oh, okay. Ich krieg einfach direkt eine neue Weltquest. Wunderbar. Ich habe das Gefühl, dass Stream Elements gerade Probleme hat. Das ist so mein großes Gefühl gerade. I mean, kann ja mal hier rüber gehen. Alerts in Chat. Ja, das funktioniert nämlich jetzt auch nicht mehr. Da ist, glaube ich, Stream Elements gerade richtig am Abkacken. Daran liegt's. Ich glaube, Stream Elements ist gerade down. Ich glaube echt, es liegt daran. Ah! Ja gut, das Gute ist dann aber, wenn Stream Elements down ist, dann liegt es nicht an mir. Dann hätte ich das auch nicht vorbeugen können oder dergleichen, weil ich kann ja nicht riechen, dass ich... Nur wie letzt! Wir sind gerade frisch im Spiel. Wir sind frisch im Spiel. Ist das dein Scheiß Ernst? Dieser Typ. Ey, das triggert mich mit dem Chat. Naja. Dann ist das jetzt halt so. Ich mach mal eben das soweit fertig, dass ich das anpinnen kann. Zack. Kann zwar noch einmal versuchen, aber ich glaube, es wird nicht funktionieren. Allein das Dashboard, das muss erstmal laden, ja? Dann gehe ich in Overlays. Ja, das funktioniert soweit. Dann will ich meinen Overlay öffnen. Und dann Unknown Error. Machen wir mal ein anderes Overlay auf. Dann müsste der sich... Ja, der rüttelt sich dann zu Tode. Ich bin nicht cute, Ike. Goddammit. Nicht wundern, falls du keinen Chat siehst. Ich hab's extra angepinnt.
Solche sind es zu. Und
What the fuck, warum war das jetzt doppelt? Hallöchen, Real Neko Anime Girl und vielen Dank für den Raido. What the fuck, warum war es jetzt doppelt? Jetzt ist der Chat wieder da. Dann habe ich die Vermutung, dadurch, dass ich das noch so gelöst habe. Das muss ich auf jeden Fall dann noch umstellen. Weil ich habe das Gefühl, ich habe das nämlich jetzt bei mir so eingebaut, dass ihr es mal gehört habt, dass ich nebenher so eine Art Wiederholungsbuffer für TikTok und so einen Scheiß am Laufen habe. Sprich, wenn ich selber irgendwelche Momente bemerke, wo irgendwie was passend ist, dass ich selber so mal eben klippen kann. Und ja, ich glaube, da muss ich das mit der 10 Einstellung und so noch etwas anders gestalten auf jeden Fall. Und Hallöchen, Real Neko Anime Girl. Vielen, vielen Dank für deinen Raid. Was gab es denn Feines bei dir? So. Dann kann ich ja idealerweise jetzt das wieder lösen. Super Paper Mario und Honkai Impact. Honkai Impact. Interesting. So. Gehen wir jetzt erstmal einmal 100. Einmal 300. Einmal 300. Einmal 60. Einmal 20. Oh! Die Primus. Es begeht. Es begeht. Da sind viele Sachen. Ja, wir haben es verstanden. Du bist der Battle Pass. Ja, einmal. Zweimal, dreimal. Oh, wir sind schon Erlebnispass Stufe 1. So schnell kann es gehen.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Ja, hör auf zu labern! Ja, hier sind ein paar Sachen, wo wir zu tun haben werden.
Fontaine.
Und die werden wir später pullen. Ich würde am liebsten ja jetzt schon pullen, aber ich glaube, es bringt mehr Glück, wenn ich erst so, die Quest mache
And cause them known.
und erst dann. What the fuck? Warum wird mir da eine Daily angezeigt? Das will ich nicht. Wenn ich erst die Quest mache und dann erst pulle. Vor allem, vielleicht wissen wir dann auch direkt schon, was es mit Furina auf sich hat, weil. Oh mein Gott, das stimmt, das kann ich ja auch erst noch machen. Alter, hier sind Sachen, die ich noch nicht angenommen habe. Ich pulle nicht auf sie oder ihn. Musst du ja nicht, du kannst ja weiter sparen. I mean, es kommt in der zweiten Hälfte kommen Seino und Ayato, falls du einen davon haben willst. Oh mein Gott, da ist direkt schon eine Statue. Ich muss noch 24 Stunden mehr warten. Irk. Erstmal gucken wir, was wir hier haben. So, soundtechnisch und so müsste eigentlich alles passen, oder? Hoffe ich zumindest mal. Das ist auf jeden Fall eine Einführung zu einer Weltenquest. Das finde ich gut. Nee, fahrt im einsamen Wald. Oh, da oben ist schon ein... Als ob da oben schon ein Hydrokulus ist. Sound ist gut, perfekt. Alter, wo kamen die Lex gerade kurz her? What the fuck bist du? Ah! Ah! Oh mein Gott, was ist das? Ja, mir geht's gut. Und als ob ich den jetzt nicht bekommen habe. Oh, lol. So ist das sogar vorgesehen. Lol. Alter, ich werde so Bock in diesem neuen Bereich haben. Oh mein Gott, ich werde so Spaß haben in diesem neuen Bereich. Das heißt... So, ich weiß, es ist nur ein neues Gebiet. Oh, das sieht schon interessant aus. Das ist auf jeden Fall ein bisschen was. Zumal wir bedenken... Nee, warte, es sind 2 neue Gebiete. Oh! Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh.
Animal test 63 odds revealed.
Oh. Was ist das hier? Harmonische Posaune? Lol.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Oh mein Gott, das ist cool.
By royal absorption test.
Einfach jetzt schon meine erste Kiste. Ah, was ist das hier? Ey, ich darf mich nicht schon wieder ablenken lassen. Ich hatte schon wieder zu sehr ablenken. Hä? Was ist das denn für ein Rätsel? Energiepotenzialkugel. Sie kann Energie des chromatischen Poing-Poing-Oktopus empfangen, um sie in akkumulierte Energie umzuwandeln und diese, sobald die Energie unterbrochen ist, abzufeuern. Ah! Ah! Ah, und danke für den Lurk. Das muss ich aber auch. Das muss ich aber auch erstmal verstehen. Ah, das ist eine Kiste. Kiste, 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 Kiste.
Odds revealed. Animal test 60.
Oh.
Stand clear.
Silence!
Oh, da ist auch schon wieder was Interessantes.
Let the record show
Alter,
that I verbally
warum ist hier alles schon wieder so
consent to relinquishing
interessant?
these items into your possession.
Okay. Hä? Hä? Da fuck. Dumm. Dumm. Hä? Das ist jetzt aber konfus. Hä? Ah, jetzt. Ich darf erst die Blase schlagen, wenn der Ton erklungen
Is
ist.
it what
Okay.
you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made
So.
it a worthwhile.
Jetzt sollte ich aufhören zu
experience.
erkunden, sondern ab zum Brunnen und dann ab Sachen einlösen. What the fuck? Lol. Lol, lol, lol. Und dann mich mit der Quest beschäftigen, weil ich will ja auch Progress machen. So. Direkt mal Brunnen auf 35 boosten. Oh. Einmal, zweimal, dreimal, viermal, fünfmal. Park.
I see the value in my own work, but I
Und wir
also
können mal
see-
gucken in den Achievements. Wir können es ja soweit schon mal spoilern. Wie viel gibt es denn hier? Also 24 Teleportationspunkte gibt es. Okay. Und das wird vor allem interessant. Und es gibt wieder 2 Schreine. Gut.
endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Und wir können mal kurz 2 Single Pulls auf dem Standardbanner machen. Wenn wir schon dabei sind. Einmal Trash. Und. Ah, Forster. Paronius Codex. Meh. Meh. Da machen wir noch mal hier. Oh. Da ist schon wieder gut Ingame-Zeit vergangen. Oh, das sieht cool aus da hinten. Da freue ich mich schon drauf. Die ganzen Sachen zu erkunden. Oh. Oh, wir müssen in den Wohntrakt. Oh. Ab ins Gefängnis. Ab in Daddy Brios Territorium.
little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Weil wir wurden noch nicht entlassen? Krass. Total vergessen gehabt. Blut zorniger Wellen. Interessanter Questname. Und da... Stimmt, das kann ich auch mal nachgucken. So. Oh. Oh, wir werden so viel erfahren können, wenn wir wollten. Hallo, Empfangsdame.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since
Weil wir
we've
auch
been
die ganze Zeit eingesperrt waren. What?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
The fuck?
I wonder what that tremor was just now.
What the hell?
the Duke.
Er wird auch so viel Ahnung haben. Oh, wir kriegen natürlich direkt eine Achievement. Naja. Gehen wir mal Rio Daddy besuchen. Er freut sich bestimmt über uns. Daddy!
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Von der
Over the years
Oberfläche?
of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask
Alter,
about what happened.
was war denn an der Oberfläche
By the
hier?
way, do you know what day it is today?
Mittwoch, meine Kerle.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two.
Auswärtsschwimmen.
Leaving now?
Ja.
That's right. Today is
Willst du
our last day
mitkommen?
in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Fontaines, der Ort, wo Gefängnis keine Strafe gefühlt
If you've
ist.
signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Hoppala.
Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Ja!
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
Och Mann, Paimon, ich wollte sie mitnehmen.
Cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. It seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished.
Es ist nur eine Frage der Zeit, bis wir wieder kriminell sind. Spätestens in Nachtland.
Who asked us to come here. We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure
Okay.
just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him
Oh
that I hope
weh.
he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Was ist denn jetzt gerade los? Was ist denn los gewesen, Nani? Da bin ich jetzt mal gespannt, was uns jetzt erzählt wird. Oh, die 2 Gebiete, da freue ich mich. Da habe ich ein bisschen was zu tun. Oh,
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
ja.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Okay.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Oh je. Ein Ferry?
You've come at
nee,
the right
Melusine.
time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment.
Melusins
There are some
sind
urgent matters I must tend to first.
wundersame
In the
Wesen.
meantime, please have a seat.
Hab wohl ein bisschen was mit
If you'd
Drachen
like
zu
to have
tun.
something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break
Nee,
over there
nicht
while we wait
Ferries.
for him to finish his work.
Manu, ich dachte, wir kriegen jetzt wieder Wasser angeboten. Aber nein, haben wir wohl kein. Wollte kein
Are you
Wasser.
done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Ja.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore,
In den
we can
Gewässern
only
von
assume
Tevat,
the child
okay.
is presently immersed in
Du
primordial
bist schon einmal
seawater.
gestorben, what the fuck, Feli?
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes?
Das
what is
klingt
it?
danach, als wäre das wirklich im Abyss, dieses Urmeer.
Ah, right.
Stimmt, das Beben sollten wir auch mal ansprechen.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Netter
The
Zufall.
source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson?
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Bitte
The
was?
water levels rose? Oh no.
Oh nein, 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 nein,
What about
nein.
all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Ich.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would
Ja,
also
das
like
ist
to
eine
go
Idee.
there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Oh Mann, ey, man
I'll
merkt
have to
wirklich,
ask
dass
you
sich die
two
Lage
to go
zu
to
spitzt.
Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Okay.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Ich hab dich ja
Please
eh in
be
meiner
careful.
Party, also. Ich hab dich eh immer bei mir. Daddy. das sieht alles immer noch genau gleich aus, Paimon. Nur ein bisschen chaotischer.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Keine Sorge, Paimon, dir wird's gut gehen. Das sagt mir mein Spider-Sense.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh.
All right, just hurry.
Huh.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Das ist Desiree.
My Desiree.
Huh?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg!
Oh boy.
How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Nein, das ist pervers. Das macht man nicht. Handholding ist NSFW. Ja. Wusstest du das nicht, Fedi?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Oh.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Gut, dass du das wusstest.
He's
Gut,
wounded?
gut, gut.
How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should
Oh
know where
boy,
to go.
ey.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission.
Meine
in the
Mutter
meantime.
hört Weihnachtslieder. Help! Oh mein Gott.
Right. You'll be
Da
in
ist jede
charge.
Hilfe zu spät, leider.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Keine Ahnung.
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain.
Ja, bitte.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone
Warum ist auf einmal das so
in
leise?
the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The
Also-
rushing water seemed a little odd.
Also die
almost
eine
like the
Audiofile
unique
wurde
color
wohl ein
of
bisschen
primordial
verhunzt.
seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Oh mein Gott, es war wirklich Primordial
As the water
Seawater.
levels rose, they suddenly
Oh
disappeared.
mein Gott, ich brauche Kopfhörer dann und Oropax.
They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Ach du Scheiße, ey.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties.
Da wurde einfach mal Poisson geflutet, ey, mit Primordial Seawater. Shit.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again.
Oh Gott, das habe ich heute schon mal gesehen.
All
Was
we
denn?
can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the
Das, was ich
residents.
hier
We
gerade
still haven't completed the
in der
head
Quest
count,
erlebe,
but
oder was?
we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful.
Ja, ich habe mir noch nichts angeguckt, weil ich gehe komplett blind in die Quest rein.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Ich find's nur, also ich bin nur mal gespannt,
Everything that just
was
happened
bitte alles
was
passiert
a bad
oder
dream.
passieren muss,
Is there
dass
any way
diese
we can help
Situation aus dem 4.2 Trailer zustande kommt. Ich selbst habe ewig kein Genshin mehr gezockt, echt nicht?
Thank you for
Okay,
being so willing to
wie
help in a
kommt's,
moment of crisis
wenn ich
like
mal so
this.
fragen darf.
You don't know how much it means to me. I really
Ich frage, weil ich selber eine
can't
Zeit lang kein
express
Genshin
how
gespielt habe, weil ich
grateful
halt
I am.
ausgebrannt wie sonst was war vom Spiel.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Andere Games sind einfach wichtiger. Ja gut. Oh no. Oh nein, bitte sag nicht Melus und Silber. Oh nein.
We've got a situation here.
Oh nein, die wurden aufgelöst oder was?
I'll be right there.
Ihr Blick hat mehr gesagt als 1000 Worte.
Sorry, I need to go for
Der
now.
Blick hat mehr als genug gesagt. No.
And now she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Ja, Palmer, wir hatten nämlich noch nie so eine Situation, wo wirklich Sachen wirklich passiert sind
Okay, the wounded are
und
being
Leute
tended
zu
to,
Schaden
and
kamen.
we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus
Ja
on
gut,
my own
und
matters.
außer vielleicht in den Inazuma.
Of course, we should remain ready for anything and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Aber in Inazuma war es eine andere Situation, da war es durch die
would you
Fatui.
two accompany me to my father's grave
Und
for a
nicht,
moment?
und nicht durch so eine Prophecy.
Right now?
Thank you.
Tempeln wir uns mal. Kein Bock hoch zu laufen. Ich meine, wir müssen jetzt zwar trotzdem laufen, aber das ist was anderes. Tada!
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting
Ja.
graves.
Die werden anderes zu tun haben.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Du musst nicht stark sein, Navia. Oh,
Navia, what's wrong?
ja, was wohl?
Sorry,
Ihre beiden Kompagnons haben sich aufgelöst.
Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Mann.
What should I do, Papa?
I mean, Feli, ich sag mal so, in 4.3 kannst du sie pullen.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And
Mann.
they were caught in the seawater.
Ich,
What should we do?
ich will sie
I've
gerade in den
known
Arm
them for so
nehmen.
long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests.
Mann.
But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Oh.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Mann,
I
ey.
can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Ich hasse es, wenn solche NPCs
But when I do, I
halt
hope you'll let me
sterben.
be buried beside Master
Ey, das war
Callus,
schon kacke in der
Hey, stop
Inazuma-Quest.
joking around.
Wo hier der eine aus unserem Squad
I'm quite serious.
in der Widerstandsarmee
That way, it'll save us both the trip
durch
to
die
see each other
scheiß
whenever you visit your
Delusion-Kacke
father's grave.
das Zeitliche gesegnet hat. Und jetzt auch noch Melos und
That makes
Silver.
sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Also,
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not
sie
to
werden in
talk
unseren
about this
Herzen
stuff.
weiterleben, die
And
beiden.
what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Genau, wir sind für sie da.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
Oh,
So-
Mann.
Everyone else is safe. But still,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right.
Hm,
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was
Navia.
pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we
Oh.
last met.
Oh, Alekino! Mami!
What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes,
Oh,
my people
die
are
kennen
carrying
sich?
out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Oh!
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no...
Ah!
Thank you.
Alekino ist mit dabei und hat dir geholfen.
Do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've
Oha.
also prepared a large
Wie
amount
einfach
of
die
emergency
Fatui
supplies.
diesmal gefühlt die
I'm
Good
quite
Guys
surprised.
sind.
This
Das
is
ist so
nothing to
krass.
brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As
Das
I've
ist
told
ja
this
so,
traveler before, I know
in den
of the
vorangegangenen
prophecy, and I
Nationen
intend to
waren die
prevent the
Fatui eher
impending disaster.
böse. Da hatte man
Lending
so
your organization a hand
in
was a
Mondstadt
natural
die
first
Fatui,
step in
die
accomplishing
halt
that.
so
As
noch nicht im
such,
Vordergrund
do
waren.
not be troubled by this token
Aber
of our
dann halt zum Beispiel auch in
sincerity.
Liyue dann ein bisschen wichtiger
Perhaps one
wurden.
day,
Dann
you'll also
eine extrem
be able
große
to help
Rolle
me in
in
the same
Inazuma
way.
gespielt haben.
Without your help, there would have been
Genauso
many more
in
casualties. I won't
und auch
forget your
in
kindness.
Sumeru
Furthermore,
schön die Drahtzieher
I
waren. Und hier
sincerely
sind die
regret what
einfach
happened to Malus
auf der
himself.
guten Seite.
I only
Das ist
wish
jetzt
that
sind
my
die auf
people
einmal
could
Good
have arrived a little
Guys.
earlier to prevent this from happening.
Ja, aber
Don't say that. You and your subordinates
Alki, es
did
ist ein
everything
anderer
you could.
Kontext in Liyue gewesen.
As
Es ist
Paimon
ein ganz
said,
anderer Kontext.
Malus and
Also,
Silver didn't
ja,
choose to
Schalt ist
sacrifice themselves
nicht
for any
böse.
specific
Also,
person.
er ist
And
bei
they
den
weren't the
Fatui.
price
Ja,
paid for
war
other
unser
salvation.
Gegner.
They
Aber er ist per se
chose
nicht
to become
böse.
heroes themselves.
Aber die
I've
Fatui
never
selber
liked hearing people put
als
it that way.
Organisation
It's
waren
like
eher
trying to
gegen
relieve
uns
pain by
in
saying
Liyue.
some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss.
Aber
Miss
hier
Navia.
sind die ja wirklich Good Guys und helfen. Die
Water
helfen der
is life to
Katastrophe.
Fontaines people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
Boah, ey,
Fortunately,
Alekino wird
I've
mit
never been
jedem
one for
Mal,
such
wo sie
opinions.
auftritt,
So,
sympathischer.
you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course.
Mit
That is
jedem
why
Mal
I'm
wird
going
sie
to Hotel
sympathischer.
I still have some things to take
Sie
care
ist eine
of.
Mami.
And the children need
Sie hat
my
ein geiles
attention.
Design. Sie ist
By the way,
mysteriös.
Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Sie hilft.
Alright, then we'll just...
Sie will mit uns zusammenarbeiten.
Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
Und ja, jedes Mal wird sie
That is
hotter.
a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of
Hallöchen,
Maripine's sluice gate,
Julius
and this
Susuya,
time
willkommen
it
im
was the water
Stream.
levels in Poisson.
Ich hoffe, du bist Deutsch.
These are both
Sonst wäre es ein
signals.
bisschen... Ja,
Indeed.
Das muss ich natürlich auf
Allow me
Englisch
to
lesen.
share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck.
Oh, nicht abschlabbern.
At present,
Stop it.
We're all busy
No.
prioritizing the rescue effort.
So
No.
that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Stop it. No
Linny
schlabbern.
told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
No.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the
No.
house. I'm sure you already understand
No
how
lick.
earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, Lynette.
Somehow makes Pineapple feel kinda happy.
Oh.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it. So all we
Oh,
gotta do is
Linny and
put it
Lynette,
in
it's
the
so adorable.
I can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands.
Das ist
As my
stimmt.
father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Ja, nehmen wir
Since
sie
you put it
mit.
that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right.
Welche von
The
den
ruins
beiden?
are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Das stimmt, beide. Beide sind wunderbar. So. Erst einmal gehen wir kurz Daily abgeben.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing.
Bing.
Ad Astra.
Dann einmal hier. Changyun. Keching. Tischel. Bennett. Und Ruderzada. Und dann TPen wir uns mal hier hoch. Und gehen mal darüber. Was denn für Ruinen, bitte? Frage ich mich dann jetzt gerade. Oh. Hier oder was? What the fuck?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Auf geht's!
Just be careful.
Wir sind immer careful. Verborgener Ort. Ich war etwas niedrig. Die carryen das. Ja, mal schon umgucken, ob irgendwo Kisten sind. Wow. Ah, shit. Kann man nicht hoch, gut. Oh, Nani?
Stabilize.
Animal test 6308. By royal decree.
Internet bitte nicht rumspinnen. Danke. Ah. Ah? Wir wissen, ich wusste es.
Floor here isn't safe.
Ich finde es wunderbar, wie gerade Genshin rumspinnt. Ja, ich merke, das Internet nicht will, scheinbar. Nicht ganz. Mach ich das mal
This place
zu?
has also been
Vielleicht hilft das ja.
contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right.
Ja, du
You
solltest
can't
da
go down if there's
nicht
primordial
zu nah ran.
seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that.
Urina war doch
You're right.
weiter
I
weg,
can't do anything in this
Summon
situation.
Wise. Oh,
I'll leave this to you.
hat's nicht so gut funktioniert wie bei Tari oder was?
That complicates
Ach,
things.
30 geht ja noch.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right.
Oh weh.
Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
C2 Charlotte und C3 Collie. Oh, das ist nicht schlecht.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Hurry up. Oh, C5 Beto. Nice. Bin gefallen. Ah, hier lang. Ah, okay. Eine Beto ist ja mal nicht C6. Entweder C5 oder C6. Das ist ja. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Ey, Diana? Weißt du, woran ich gerade denken muss? Bei diesem Anblick? Sowas haben wir doch schon, sowas in der Richtung haben wir doch schon mal gesehen. Mhm. Das denke ich mir nämlich auch gerade. Enkanomia, Nani? Hä? Warum? Nani? Oh nein. Oh nein.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
What? What? Oh nein, 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 nein. Oh scheiße, jetzt kommt die Szene. Nein! Navia! Navia! Nein! Nein! Navia! Der kommt mir doch nicht meine Waifus klauen!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
So, das ist ihre Erinnerung?
She just wants
Was?
some time to herself, Malus.
Was?
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
Hä?
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
Ich bin so verwirrt gerade.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before.
Giverny?
Foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Hä?
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome
Das war doch
merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Obina? Das war doch...
Sometimes force is required to
Das sind bisher doch alles Leute, die ins dem Wasser verfielen.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
What the fuck?
One moment, I have it right here.
Das ist... Hä?
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take
Flower.
them. They're a very good variety and they'll become
Ey, ich hab grad so viele Fragen. Was ist das gerade?
I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Was
this
ist
a little
das
token of our
gerade?
appreciation. I
Hä?
hope you won't refuse.
Hä?
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus,
Also Nava,
we
ich
do
kann
still
gern...
have some empty
Wir
flower
beide
pots
können
at
auch
home,
gerne mal
right?
was kultivieren, wenn du verstehst, was ich meine.
As many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever
Der
met.
Bock kam
But
sehr
your name
spät.
seemed familiar to me.
I must
Ich
have
wollte
heard
das
it
ja
when I was
ursprünglich
discussing
klippen,
things with your
aber
husband
das kam sehr
previously.
spät mit dem Bonk.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
Alter, was ist denn
Where did
das?
everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to.
Also, es hat auf jeden Fall damit zu tun. Also, das sind alles Leute, die dem Primordial Seawater zum Opfer fielen. Das ist definitiv klar.
Did you forget?
Damit hat es auf jeden Fall zu tun. Aber
Miss Navia, here you are.
Melissa ist auch wieder eine.
Please come to the opera house. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to
Was?
go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Was?
Oh,
Hä?
all right then.
Ja, ein bisschen. What the fuck ist los?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Es soll
Attendants are with her.
Julien?
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh?
Hä? Ja gut, das macht Sinn, weil
What?
wenn das wirklich
Sit in
eine
the
Art,
defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
wenn das so eine Art Parallelwelt, dann macht das ja Sinn,
Are you
aber
sure you can stand behind me?
Alter, das ist gerade so konfus.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervalette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Hä?
In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Ja.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Hä?
What are you saying?
Da fuck?
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Hä?
I know all these people. Why are
Huh?
you laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Hä?
Malus?
Ich bin so verwirrt gerade.
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Also das hat definitiv mit dem Urmeer zu tun, so von wegen, dass Navia irgendwie ein Teil vom Urmeer wird oder so. Aber,
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
ja.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Doch ein Okeanid.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Wait, what? Neuvillette rettet sie? The fuck? Lol. Aber wie kam Neuvillette jetzt
No,
dahin?
wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Holy shit.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Ich will auch ein Huggy. Aber von
The
Navia.
ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Huh?
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps
Okay.
those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even
Also-
after death.
Sind Okeanide
Please come with me.
Menschen, die sich im Urmeer aufgelöst haben?
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Paimon, halt einfach mal die Fresse.
I
Einmal.
merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Hä? Warum? Hä?
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the...
Transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Ach, wir quatschen einfach nur, damit sie Zeit für sich hat, oder was?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Geil ist natürlich, hätte ich jetzt gerade Navia schon haben können, damit ich sie literally bei der Party haben könnte. Und dann quasi so Traveler, Neuvillette und Navia. Das wäre schon lustig. Oh oh. Warum zoomt das schon wieder raus? Ah. Oh, Scheiße. I will have Otter. Und natürlich wieder der Zoom-Out. Alle hopp. Oh, Kiste. Yeah, yeah.
Bow your head.
By royal decree.
Be sanctified.
So, was kommt jetzt? Oh. Oh. Was ist das für ein Ort, ey? Ich werde das Gefühl nicht los, dass das in irgendeiner Weise mit Enkanomia zusammenhängt. Ich werde das Gefühl echt nicht los. Was soll das denn bitte mit Enkanomia zu tun haben? Das ist ja komplett woanders. Außer beide Orte haben irgendwie eine Bindung, also eine Verbindung mit dem Urmeer und dem Abgrund.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Huh?
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
Ein Reich, das dazu bestimmt ist, zerstört zu werden. Ich werde die Geschichte seiner Zukunft hier in seiner Vergangenheit aufzeichnen. Was?
Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaines should be destroyed?
Was?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a
Eine Insel
whole
in der
bunch of other
Luft?
people behind her doing the same. She's facing this,
Eine Insel im
what
Himmel?
is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia?
Is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around?
Hä?
Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Forinas Todesurteil.
People will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Was? Hä? Ich habe so viele Fragen.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Ja,
The previous
Was?
Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit
Huh?
a sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Also diese Insel ist
Also,
garantiert
I'm still wondering
Celestia.
why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
Aber
Judging from their contents,
was hat der alte Archon, also
the origin of
der
the
vorangegangene Archon damit zu tun? Was hat Furina
Does
damit
that
zu
mean that
tun?
someone or some
Vor allem, warum
people
sind da Aufzeichnungen
saw these
von
slates?
Furina selbst?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Ah, wenigstens eine Kiste. Alter.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Okay, dann haben wir den Abschnitt der Quest scheinbar geschafft.
Morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Okay.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Ja, danke schön, Navia.
Right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Oh, danke schön.
And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
The boss.
Ooh, dessert.
A boss.
Nice, these are all Paimons.
Wait, ist das Knoblauchbrot gewesen?
Today.
Mona!
Oh, that voice.
Mona!
Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Mona, ja!
Mona?
Das wollte ich nämlich drücken.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change
Mona
that
braucht das
name.
Geld, ja.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow.
Wait, hatte sie schon immer so rote Steine bei ihrem Outfit dran?
Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case,
Ich kann mich
I
nicht
should
dran
now
erinnern, dass
decide
sie da
to
so
name like this
rote
as well,
Edelsteine
if
bei
I were
sich
to take one.
am Outfit hat.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the hag for a while.
Dornman
after which I
Port!
settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you.
Wieder ein Name,
by
der
Fontaine's
bekannt
waters.
ist. Dormant Port.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Wow.
that was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Okay.
On the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary?
Huh.
Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Oh.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious
Das wäre
look on
geil,
your
wenn wir
face.
ihre Meisterin mal
I'll tell
kennenlernen
you
würden.
once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Ich finde es aber klasse, dass ein Charakter wie Mona mal wieder Screentime bekommt.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Und vor allem Screentime in einer Main Quest.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes.
Ich meine, Mona ist von den Charakteren aus dem Standardbanner einer, der sehr außerhalb von irgendwelchen Event-Quests oder Story-Quests mit am wenigsten Screentime hat.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we?
Wir haben viel von Jean mitbekommen, wir haben viel von Diluc mitbekommen, wir haben... Ja gut, Chichi geht so. Keqing war relativ relevant in Liyue. Dainari und Deja haben eine große Rolle in ihrer Region gespielt, also in Sumeru. Aber Mona hatte noch nie wirklich großen Einfluss. Bisher. Also wie gesagt, in der Main Story.
You're here, finally.
Ha? Warum endlich?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Okay.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
Ja?
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The prophecy!
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Oh.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Oh
Well,
boy.
since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not.
Wie sie
It'll all
gerade
turn
auf
out fine.
den,
That's all I have
den
to say.
aktuellen Hydro Dragon Sovereign niederredet, ey. What the fuck? Obwohl er, wenn er die volle Kraft hätte, einfach viel mächtiger wäre als sie.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yeah.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner
Was
circle
ist
has
mit ihr
noticed that
los?
she
What
is
the
hiding
fuck?
some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Ein Gerichtsverfahren?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro
Oh mein Gott, wir klagen den Archon
experience just
an?
such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Naja, auf Toilette.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Hatte ich gerade ernsthaft eine Join-Anfrage, während ich auf Toilette war? Bruh.
But who
So, da
will
bin ich
lend us
wieder.
their aid to do such a thing?
Machen wir jetzt die...
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty
So,
smart of you
ich
to
denke
keep
mal
it
jetzt
hidden
Navia,
here.
Neuvillette, Alecino und
Poisson
wir.
was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural
Dinge.
thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everybody.
Oh. Die Gang ist
One of you might like to
zusammen.
start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh, Frammy Day ist auch mit am Start.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was
Oh, selbst Chlorint! Selbst Chlorint ist mit am Start!
Anyway, to cut to the
Mann!
chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Alter, die ganze,
As for
der
what that
ganze
is,
Squad.
well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
A round of applause! Sie hat langes gesagt!
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Hunting?
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals.
Marechaussee
but rather various
Hunters.
monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
Jo, hol dir mal was
I
zu
remember
snacken.
that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Weil du bist mein
Kind,
Snack.
as always.
Ah! No
However,
horny.
Our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one
Stop
stop,
it!
we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Why are you like
Wait.
this?
Why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually
Cause I
quite
can.
accurate.
No!
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a
Cannot.
god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
No. Just no. Eine Falle, okay. Also ich würde sagen, um Furina zu fangen, brauchen wir einfach nur eine Katze. Und yes, just yes, no! Just no! Stop the horning. Just stop it! Get some help!
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Oh ja.
Paimon didn't
Das
think that
kannst du
meetings
laut
would go
sagen,
on
Paimon.
for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Ja, dir ist nicht mehr zu helfen, I know.
Pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Tee? Denk dran, Feli, immer schön Tee trinken.
Never seen that cup before?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything to
Hä?
Who's that
Hä? Wer redet da?
No one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not
Eine der
completely
Hexen?
wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Sie ist die Meisterin von Mona!
The prophecy.
Oh!
Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled.
Hexe!
No such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on.
Oh mein Gott, das ist halt einfach Monas
The
Meisterin.
future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Huh?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
TICKEN!
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting.
Ich sag mal so, Feli. Monas Meisterin hat mit uns gesprochen. Und wir haben herausgefunden, dass ihre Meisterin schon in Sumeru zu uns gesprochen hat. Wir haben sie nicht gesehen, aber sie hat mit uns gesprochen.
I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Alter, ey.
I'm in full support of her view.
Diese Story quasi insane gerade.
Allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes.
Ja, das alles während du weg warst.
I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag.
Das war mehr als eine Minute,
Try again
Feli.
tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon can
I mean,
understand
du kannst ja
anything she
selber noch
said.
die Story erleben. Du bist ja noch nicht so weit,
She was
also...
quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff...
also...
Oh, I need
Jetzt
to
ist,
It was
die
worth
Hexe
trying to
doch
help
nicht
you,
Monas
even if
Meisterin
only a little.
gewesen. Da
I believe
Fuck.
that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh Mann, ey.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Oh, lol.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh.
Oha.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Wir sind jetzt
She hasn't been able to get a hold
berühmt.
of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find,
Aber wir
she's
waren
using
schon
us
vorher
as the
berühmt.
subject
Wir
matter
sind
instead.
berühmt.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great. One slice of cake, please.
Oh.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know
What?
Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye-bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be
Billy
nice
tea.
if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Steambird office.
Ja, ich sag's ja nur, damit du auch fleißig deinen Tee trinkst. Oh, Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha!
worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Oh.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know
Dieses
Miss
Trinkspiel
Mona
könnte
as
ich
well.
immer wieder
She's a
spielen.
guest
Ja,
columnist
mach
for our
das
paper.
doch.
Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid!
Ich muss mir nur einen neuen Frühstückstee kaufen, hab keinen mehr. Oh weh. Ich hab, glaube ich, noch ein bisschen Tee. Kann ja mal das nächste Mal ein bisschen mitbringen.
Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From
Ja,
what
aber
I've
wenn es um
seen,
Leben und
most
Tod
people
geht.
don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Okay.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Ich habe übrigens heute vielleicht einen Weg gesehen, wie ich womöglich, aber nur womöglich, bald wieder White Mütz zurückbringen kann. Da muss ich mich aber noch mit auseinandersetzen.
Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean still traveling?
Ja, wir sind Traveler, bin natürlich traveling.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Dum, dum.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of
Salty?
you are still here.
League of Legends?
Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Was?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh, lol.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further
Spiraling.
argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Spanische Inquisition.
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Französische Revolution. Spanische Inquisition!
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Sorry, force of habit.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead,
Because.
she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know,
Warum nicht?
she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Wait, let's wait.
Why are you
It
like
would be
this?
hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Yeah!
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Poison. Ah, wieder eine Quest erledigt. Wait a second, wir kriegen dann Primus? Das ist eigentlich ein Zeichen, dass dass irgendwas Signifikantes passiert.
This
Oder
place
so.
looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Warte, über eine Sache frage ich mich gerade. Ich hab nicht genug Schüsse, scheiße. Egal. Oh, stimmt, ich habe, glaube ich, gestern nicht meine Dailies gemacht. Oh, Farina.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Oof.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hallo Kalt, ich bin mit.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
What can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Nö, komm du doch.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Lol, der Farina will hier rein.
You were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier
Warum
this
bombst
morning
mich
was
eigentlich,
so
Heike?
moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their
Frech.
archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
No, nicht
There
abschlabbern.
she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
What the fuck? Warum haut sie jetzt ab? Keine Ahnung, warum der Command nicht vernünftig funktioniert. Ah.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a
Nein,
good
nicht
hiding spot over
anknabbern.
here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Nix da. Dann kein Kaugummi. Hey, stop it! Just stop it, Lady. Böse.
I'm so tired. tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah.
Stop it, Feli.
I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson...
Wer hat dein Geld für dich?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Ja, Feli. Ja.
It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden. But honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
God damn it, Furina.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Ja, und?
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Just say it. Huh? Komm. Just say it, Furina. What the? Nani? Was ist denn jetzt los? Hä? Hä? Nani? Nani? LOL.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
What?
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice. The embodiment of justice itself.
Sie wurde richtig verarscht. Aber sowas von Tarie, ey.
Least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Was, Duell?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see.
A full
It
circle.
seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Huh.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that
God
there
damn
has
it,
been a
Feli.
misunderstanding.
You really like to
be
kill the mood,
clear,
don't
the
you?
raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
Ich merk schon,
Applaud
Feli.
and rejoice. One of the most outrageous
Dir
and
geht's nicht so um Story, ich weiß. Deswegen spielst du ja auch nicht die Story weiter. Oder bemühst dich nicht, die Story voranzutreiben bei dir.
This shall be one of the
Aber lass mich
most
wenigstens die Story genießen, okay? Und den Stream auch.
ever
Danke.
to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Netter Auftritt, du wirst aber
I
verkacken,
feel like
Farina.
Farina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right,
Wir werden's ja
then.
sehen.
Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Tja.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to
Ach, deswegen hat das so
construct a giant magic box,
Oh
dig a tunnel,
lol,
and open up a path through the
deswegen
water.
hat
was a
es
lot of
so
work for all of us.
gebebt und so.
So, in other words,
Viel Spaß im Log und hallöchen Masterplay, willkommen im
felt
Stream.
in the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Beim damals.
I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well,
Einfach,
Cloran,
wie kalkuliert
I
das alles
must
ab?
commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Okay. Das
Madam
hätte ich auch gern
Prosecutor,
gewusst.
please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Oh.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
Einfach wirklich alle zusammengearbeitet haben.
Exclusive
Alle.
that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait.
Es hat wirklich jeder Fontaine-Charakter bisher involviert, außer Rio und halt Zichibin.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. But the Tui Harbinger, she's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Na dann.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
Tja.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh!
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina,
als
do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does the prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
Ja.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ist sie etwa ein Wischer oder so? Ah, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt.
First First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina.
Ein verfluchter
is
Mensch,
actually a
was?
human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh! Oh!
Well, don't start celebrating too early.
Ja.
Even
Ich
if
sag
I
nur,
have been carrying
Caterpillar.
a curse, like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries,
Ja, und was hast du
manifestations of
getan?
my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera.
Die Annelies!
Or consider
Farina, du hast es gebackt,
every
Schatz!
aspect of life.
Why did you do this? Die Annelies.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared
Weißt
Charles
du,
to be guilty
ich höre da so von wegen, dass sie auf Dingens, auf die Oratrice verweist. Und ich dachte mir so, da war doch was.
Difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Tja. Und deswegen ist ein Drache. Weil ist ein Sovereign, steht über dir, egal ob Archon oder nicht.
By you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Weil du gerade vor Gericht stehst, ein Betrüger zu
I'm
sein.
prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Oh, sie kommt ins Straucheln.
Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
I mean, sie reden über sowas, aber wir wissen, selbst wenn ein Gott seine Gnosis, also quasi die Quelle seiner Macht hergibt, ist er trotzdem noch seiner elementaren Kräfte fähig.
Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Ja, die weint gleich.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
John Cena!
Evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Literally alle anderen Götter, vor allem fucking Busted und hat schon lange ihre Gnosis zu ihr gegeben. Ja eben. Ist das beste Beispiel. Ist literally nicht mal physisch da. Sie hat eine fucking Hülle geschaffen, die autark für sie agiert und die Kräfte von ihr handhaben kann. Und zum Beispiel auch hier das mit Venti, dass er in die Erinnerung und so Sachen schicken kann und so. Das hat er auch ohne Gnosis schaffen können. Und auch Zhongli da im Chasm, das war auch nachdem er seine Gnosis aufgegeben hatte. Und selbst Nahida, die hat auch ihre Gnosis weggegeben. Und konnte danach noch all ihre Kräfte nutzen. Was nehmen wir denn am besten? Nehmen wir das mal.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay, das nicht. Das auch nicht.
That doesn't sound.
Ernsthaft das? Von allen das?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Wait!
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still
einfach
adhere
mal
to
wieder.
proper procedure.
Super sorry, Mr. Chief
Oh,
Justice.
Navia macht's einfach
I
gefühlt
swear
bei
this
jeder
really will be the
Verhandlung.
last time that I'll speak out of
Einfach
turn.
bei jeder Verhandlung bricht sie diese eine
I brought some
Regel.
seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago. Many lives,
Screw the rules, I have money.
including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should
Ja
do is
eben,
strengthen
weil
your
sie
case.
müsste ja als Archon
If you don't dare to touch
einen
it,
Anteil der
then we would have
Kräfte
basically proved
des
the
Strength
reverse.
Sovereigns haben. Und wir wissen ja, dass
Oh, and I must remind you
dass
that after the disaster of
Novelet
Poisson,
in seiner
nobody
geschwächten
wants to
Form,
see any
also
more people dissolve.
in einer Form, wo er
Act prudently and
wahrscheinlich
choose the simpler
eigentlich
path of
einem
admitting
Archon
guilt.
aktuell unterlegen sein sollte,
Navia from the
das
Spina Resort.
Urmeer aufhalten konnte.
Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Und somit müsste
just
sie
a
eigentlich
human.
null
She's
Problem mit
probably
dem
Fontainian like all the
Urmeerwasser
rest of
haben.
us. Would she really dare to try?
Na komm, Furina.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Ja, aber spricht ja nicht für dich, wenn du das verweigerst.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Nani? Ah.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Oh!
Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
Stimmt, man löst sich ja nicht direkt auf, so.
Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin.
Oh mein Gott, sie ist affected, stimmt!
She was experiencing the
Das sind die Symptome vom Freminet!
primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of
Oh mein Gott, stimmt, da war ja was!
Thank you, Miss Siegewing.
Stimmt, da war ja was!
You may return to the
Freminet
defendant's
war ja mit dem Wasser in
What did
Kontakt.
she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
Also Siegewing ist auch mit
On the off
involviert.
chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Lol, ey.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone.
Oh mein Gott, sie weint!
Listen to me.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh mein Gott, jetzt bin ich gespannt. Okay. Also, sie hat auf jeden Fall verloren, das weiß ich jetzt schon, aber... Oh mein Gott!
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaines. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Guilty. Oh.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique
d'Analyse Cardinal
to render the final verdict on the charges.
Hat es gesagt. Oh, ich habe einen Fleck in der Hose, die ich nicht anhabe.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Ja!
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh!
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
Oh my God!
Use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Also, sie ist jetzt doch da bei Hydro Archon?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Oh, was sagst du jetzt, Fremine?
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt. Alter. Das wird immer geiler gerade.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh!
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Das ist sie.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then, doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Nee, noch sind wir nicht durch.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine.
Aber wie hat doch dieses fucking Teil alleine hergeschlagen?
traveler.
Ich habe
Believe that you've
keinerlei
already seen the
Fragen zu
other
Freminis
resistance
Mission
slaves.
oder
I'd
so.
like you to come here and
Aber wie
confirm
hat er
the
diese
contents.
fucking Steinplatte alleine da hinbekommen? Bruder, der muss ja massiver sein als Brio. Was für ein Cake hat er unter seinem Taucheranzug? Stimmt, die magische Tasche. Da war ja was. Aber vielleicht hat er trotzdem einen geilen Cake.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already...
Pyro, do savage!
Hydro Archon. Do you mean the real Hydro
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the
War das
contents
nicht die
of the
Sünde,
stone
die eben
slates.
Hydra begangen? Ach nee, warte, das war
I'm uncertain as to how much
Farina.
sense they currently make to you.
Oh, diese Ratprediger von Paimon. Farina, du bist so hart gefickt. Selbst Paimon bist dich. Von allen Leuten wurdest du von Paimon gedisst. Von fucking Emergency Food.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone plates. We'll do our best to help you remember.
Oh.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into
Celeste sind ja aber auch Husos, also fuck them. Ja schon.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first.
Crazy?
But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Moment. Also. Durch den Fall haben wir ja überhaupt das mit dem Okeaniden herausgefunden. Und durch das hier.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Mhm. Steinplatten in den Ruinen, auf ihr ist das im Himmel anmutig schwebende Celestia sowie der Hydro Archon und sein Volk, die sich gemeinsam vor ihm verneigen. Doch trotz allem scheint Celestia weiterhin seine Strafe über sie zu verhängen.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened
MC fans be eating good this version. Oh yeah.
That Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia,
Aha.
as recorded on the stone slates.
Deswegen wurde sie nicht verurteilt. Durch die höhere Macht. Auf ihr ist deutlich zu erkennen, wie die Hydro Archon im Meer versinken, umgeben von vielen Menschen. Nee, das ist es nicht. Ah, das ist es, okay.
Not as simple as falling into the sea.
Oh ja.
When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it.
Jetzt die letzten beiden Slates war eher Raterei tatsächlich.
Flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
Also das Volk von Fontaine scheint eigentlich aus Okeaniden zu bestehen.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court,
Okay.
shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Genau.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Oh Mann, Navi hat wirklich the most fuck-up Leben ever. Erst das mit ihrem Vater und dann das mit Melus und Silva. Ja, und dann wäre sie selbst fast dann hätte sie sich selbst fast aufgelöst. Muss man ja auch bedenken.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
Und dann stellt sich heraus, dass scheinbar irgendwas mit deren Archon nicht
We're going
stimmt.
to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Lol,
All
ey.
Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for
Ja,
that
das stimmt. Das sind ja einige. Okay,
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like
Aber
Navia
wenn ja
saw
wirklich
this
das alles Okeanide sind, glaubst du, dass es verwerflich, wenn ich damit Klee ein bisschen Spaß in der Stadt habe? Um ein paar ältere Hydro-Charaktere mal ein bisschen hochzuleveln? Weil, wenn das ja alles Oceanids sind, dann müssten die ja theoretisch auch entsprechend Loot droppen, oder nicht?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Oh, jetzt bin ich gespannt.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Ja, bitte.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Ah, okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Ah, okay.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Wir haben einfach beim
The
fucking
Hydro Archon never received permission from the
fucking
heavenly
Oceanids
principles to create a
gepolt.
new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Ja, seine Idol-Animation.
We were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaines is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Das kann aber nicht sein. Irgendwas muss doch gemacht werden, weil warum sollten wir die ganzen Charaktere pullen können?
Does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Oh?
About the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater
Ja, ich
beneath
bin
the
mal
fortress
gespannt.
of Meribel
Alter, das ist
served as the
spannend
surest
gerade.
sign that the prophecy was about
Sieht
to
vielleicht
come
nicht
to
so aus,
pass,
weil ich immer
yes?
wieder wahrscheinlich auf mein Handy
However,
gucke und so.
I believe that rather than being a sure sign,
Aber ich
that
find's
eruption
trotzdem
could in fact
interessant.
only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause
Die
of the
Menschen, die
catastrophe,
Okeanid
I
eigentlich
believe
sind.
you've already encountered
I mean,
it
es
once
gab ja
before.
anfänglich die Theorie, dass die ganzen Menschen artificial sind. Das finde ich ja geil. Man hatte in 4.0 ja die Theorie aufgestellt, dass die ganzen Menschen in Fontaine keine Menschen sind.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about
Ich wusste es, entweder das mit Child oder wo ich jetzt gerade das mit dem Wahl nochmal gesehen habe. Das.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh! Oh, da kommt er! Der Wal! Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals, pretty big and pretty white. There could be the polar bear in a fight. Just like a underwater unicorn. Na 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 na. Narwhals. They are narwhals. Narwhals. Make sure they don't touch your balls. Narwhals. Oh, try it! Let's go! Try it! Yeah, man! Woo! Yeah, baby! Alter, ey. No!
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping.
Traverse the stars?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Holy shit, ey.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
I mean, Child wollte immer eine Herausforderung haben, also.
It had
Er
already
ist doch nach
absorbed too much
Fontaine
of the
gekommen, weil er eine
primordial sea's
Herausforderung
energy
gesucht
before we
hat.
could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Wir werden uns dieser Prophezeiung stellen.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Ja, das ist die Hexe N.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Tja. Beziehungsweise, Was können alle Member des Hexenzirkels? Weil, soviel ich weiß, sind alle im Hexenzirkel so krank. Kann Tee trinken, obwohl sie nicht da ist. Kann mit uns reden. Kann über Prophezeiungen labern. Weiß gefühlt mehr als die Götter.
What's happening with the oratories?
Mit der Oratories Mechanik d'Analyse Kardinal. Oh, wieder eine Voiceline vom Traveler.
No, I still need answers.
Oh. Hä? Wer ist das denn jetzt? Da war eine andere Gestalt. Oh. Hello, Focalor. Die Theorie war also wahr. Oder was? Beziehungsweise ihre Divine.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face.
Stimme ist einfach mal ganz
amusing.
anders.
I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Oh!
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated.
Oh, ja.
It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to
Aber
pass.
Farina hat trotzdem mit Focalor was am Hut, definitiv. Also, die hängen definitiv zusammen.
One defies the
Ich bin mal gespannt, was deren Zusammenhang jetzt tatsächlich
So
ist.
yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Also,
I spent a
jetzt nichts dazu sagen, aber meine Vermutung ist, Focalor steckte die ganze Zeit im Oratories. Und Farina war ihre, in Anführungszeichen, Puppe. Quasi ihre zweite Gestalt. Und dieses Todesurteil ist um diese Puppe, also diese Fake Focalor, in Anführungszeichen zu töten, um die Hülle fallen zu lassen für die wahre Focalor. Weil nämlich jetzt der Zeitpunkt gekommen ist, auf den sie gewartet hat.
And not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Ja, wie gesagt, deswegen dazu nichts zu sagen. Aber das ist jetzt meine Vermutung, mein Bauchgefühl im Groben.
Any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed
Das mit
of
Child,
becoming
keine
human.
Ahnung, wie das
And I
reinspielt.
still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Ah ja, das Kleid ist
In my
wunderschön.
eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I
Ja, so meinte ich's ja.
All part
Weil
of the plan,
tatsächlich,
of course.
Masterplay,
The plan to
es
deceive
war
the heavenly
auch
principles.
eine Theorie,
Do you
dass
still remember the
Farina,
final
also
scene
das
of the prophecy?
Fossilor aus mehreren
The
Instanzen
Hydra
besteht,
Archon
so wie es ja jetzt auch der
alone,
Fall ist.
weeping
Und zwar,
on
dass
the throne.
Farina nur die menschliche
In
Gestalt
order
ist
that the
und
prophecy
das
might
Göttliche
appear fulfilled,
woanders
I
steckt.
invited Farina to be an
Nämlich im
actress,
Oratries.
to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy.
So wie ich es ja gerade gesagt
Under
habe mit
the
meiner
curse I
Theorie.
placed on her,
Weil so ungefähr
so
meinte ich
long
es,
as
also
I, Focalors divinity,
ich wollte jetzt nicht,
continued to
also
exist,
in welcher
she could
Instanz
not die.
Farina geschaffen
But
wurde,
nor was she
da
free
wollte ich
to
keine
live
Aussage
her
zu machen,
life
aber
in the
so
pursuit
dieses
of
Prinzip,
happiness.
genau das meinte ich.
Instead, she was forced
Um
to take the stage
die Heavenly
in the Opera
Principles
House,
zu
to embrace the role of leading
verarschen.
lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Nein, nicht wie bei Raiden, nicht wie bei
500
Raiden.
years, and all along,
Raiden
she's
hat
been playing her
künstlich eine
part
Puppe
in the
geschaffen,
most unimaginably long,
damit diese Puppe
unbearably lonely,
Inazuma
agonizingly painful
so
opera
beibehält, wie
of all
es
time.
sein sollte, um quasi die Ewigkeit zu gewährleisten. Während die richtige Raiden, also halt Beelzebul, in ihrem eigenen Reich da quasi ist. Forster wiederum hat ihren göttlichen Anteil aus ihrem eigenen Körper sozusagen rausgespalten. Also hat sich aufgeteilt in mehrere, wie sagt man es am besten, in mehrere Verkörperungen. Du kannst dir das bei Raiden so vorstellen, sie ist wie so ein Puppeteer. Sie zieht die Fäden im Hintergrund, beziehungsweise diese Puppen haben schon so ein Eigenleben natürlich. Aber letzten Endes sind es halt Puppen. Farina wiederum ist jetzt ein Mensch. Ein Mensch, der quasi Forcelor war, bevor Forcelor ihre göttlichen Kräfte bekommen hat. Also der Körper von Farina war vorher Forcelor. Ne, warte, ich fange mal ganz so an. Am Anfang war Forcelor Farina. Körperlich. Dann hat sie ihre göttlichen Kräfte bekommen. Und um eben die Heavenly Principles, also quasi Celestia, zu verarschen, hat sie ihre göttliche Instanz, also ihren Geist, genau Masterplay, aus ihrem Körper rausgespalten. Und den Körper, und so ist dieser Körper noch weiter da geblieben. Sie hat aber den Körper so manipuliert, dass der halt eben so drauf ist, wie er halt drauf ist. Unter dem Namen Furina. Eben, sie wollte schon immer ein Mensch sein. Und ja, Furina ist trotzdem ein Teil von... Halt die Fresse jetzt gerade. Furina ist trotzdem aber Foster Lore. Nur ohne die göttlichen Kräfte. Quasi der rein menschliche Anteil. Und wir wissen ja, Furina hat 2 Instanzen. Deswegen, jetzt kommt meine nächste Vermutung. Es gibt 2 Furinas. Entweder es gibt 2 Furinas oder es wird noch eine zweite Furina geschaffen. Weil dann kommen wir auf 3 Instanzen von Foster Lore. Und womit passt das überein? 3 Throne. Und somit passt es auch, dass Furina zwischen Pneuma und Usia wechseln kann und dort auch 2 verschiedene Gestalten hat. Ja, du musst da fast den Aluhut aufsetzen, weil es halt ein bisschen kompliziert ist. Aber tatsächlich so in der Art, also so grob in der Richtung, war eine der gängigsten Theorien zu Furina. Man wusste nur nicht, wie man es genau definieren soll. Die gängige Theorie war, eine Instanz körperlich, also menschlich, eine Instanz Oratrice, so wie es jetzt auch gerade zu sein scheint. Und ich vermute mal, 3. Instanz wird sich jetzt noch ergeben, indem nämlich Furina und Foster Lore 1 werden. Beispielsweise. Aber wir werden es ja noch rausfinden, denke ich.
Has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's
hier ist die Treppe.
Has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate.
Oh,
Und ich denke mir nur so. Ich liebe es, wenn Theorien wahr werden. Ich liebe es.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must at all times display the utmost elegance
So kann ich wieder zu mir selbst werden. Aha, aha, aha.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The gods shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Darkness, come, sever night for...
Boom! Ich hau den Tisch so viel ich will. Ja, das war Focalor. Oh. Oh mein Gott! Ein Honkai Star Rail Pool! Let's go! Vielleicht ist das Seele. Und auf einmal ist die Säule weg. I mean, das Ding ist, was richtig ärgerlich ist, ich bin bei Star Rail so weit mittlerweile mit meiner Pity. Ich glaube bei 60 Puls oder so aktuell. Ja, jetzt sind wir nämlich die dritte Forster-Lore. Damit schließt sich der Kreis. Was habe ich gesagt? Furina und Forster-Lore sind jetzt wieder eins. Sie ist wieder sie.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Also, was kriege ich dafür, dass ich das so gut interpretieren konnte?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror. Ja, das ist lustig. Mirror me.
What do you wish to say?
Ey, warum
The
Bonk?
prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know.
Aber ja gut, Genshin Fandom hat mich
I
geprägt.
don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
Nee, nicht Genshin, FNAF Fandom
All be
hat mich geprägt.
dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping.
Wenn man gelernt hat, dass man dass man Lore durch Theory Crafting vor allem bekommt, dann lernt man sowas gefühlt.
Very good. You know it well.
Oh, der Film war klasse. Not gonna lie. Ich will ihn noch mal
I
sehen.
can't seem to
Und ich will den
remember
zweiten Film haben.
anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come
Eigentlich
to
sind
you.
alle Enderman.
Disaster
Du bist ein
will
Enderman.
come to Fontaine sooner or later.
Ich
Things will
schütt gleich
develop
mal
just
Wasser auf dich,
as the
Tariel.
prophecy declared.
Du Oktopus.
There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Ich denke schon, dass der auf
Magical
Blu-ray kommen
mediums
wird.
exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to
Und
turn
ansonsten
things
auch
around.
bei Streamingdiensten wird da, denke
It
ich, auch
is
mal
the
kommen.
reason why you met me today. I will tell
Und er
you
müsste eigentlich noch
how
im
to
Kino
save
sein.
everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering,
Ja gut.
well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
Nix, Cutie.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Aber Forster-Lores göttliches Design, ich liebe es.
Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its
Ich will Archon Skins haben. I need them Archon Skins.
The new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Ja, Mann.
Don't worry. What
Oh,
you
oder
must
halt
do
nackter
is not to
Venti.
turn yourself into a
Ich will einen
real
halbnackten
god.
Venti haben.
You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know
Will die
what
Gegenfrage.
such an
Why
entity
not?
would be like. Remember, your true
I
challenge
mean,
will
frag mal
not
Tari,
be
was er von
pursuing
halbnackten
divinity,
Venti hält.
but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Forever.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old
ja.
until your task ends.
Nein, wir sind nicht komisch.
I promise you, all will
Boah, oder
eventually end in
alternative
a
spielbare
magnificent
Charaktere
and
mit
dramatic
deren
trial,
wahren
and
Kräften.
everyone will be saved.
Wo man dann Narita als Rokade Vata bekommt.
How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Weil, I mean, technically kann man das ja umsetzen. Weil, also, von der Namensgebung her ist es kein Problem. Ich wollte gerade sagen, wir haben doch einen reinen Bossfight, aber ich verstehe gerade, was du meinst. Du willst Reiten haben, wie wir sie im Bossfight bekämpfen. In diesem Weekly Boss. In spielbar. Problem ist, das ist nicht von Beelzebul die Kraft, sondern von rein Shogun.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my
Ich muss
first
mal eben
time
auf Toilette, ich höre da
facing
trotzdem mal mit zu. Ich hasse meine Blase manchmal.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
So, da bin ich. Ja, Tari, hast du richtig gehört.
And gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the
Ja, das ist ironisch, Masterplay. Immer dann, wenn ich,
You've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro
immer dann, wenn ich solche Momente habe, wo ich auf Toilette gehen will, dann passiert es halt.
Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
Oh no.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be
Das hat einfach ein VTuber-Debüt.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems
Das stimmt, ja.
I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it.
Aber das alles erklärt jetzt halt wirklich, warum Farina so drauf war immer.
The Archon Focalor stand within the opera epiclese. So long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world! Ah ja, es erklärt einiges. Also wie lange geht das noch immer?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come Now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one I'm looking forward to the most.
2 von 3 Punkte habe ich doch nur richtig,
If I may be
okay.
so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent,
Habe ich mittlerweile alle 3 Punkte
wondrous
richtig?
trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await.
Okay, aber den erfahre ich auch noch, oder was? I see. Ich hoffe nur, dass es mal langsam vorangeht hier.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Sie und Weise. Ich weiß ja nicht.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
The
day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Oh nö! 4. Akt.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Oh,
I
man.
don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Alter, nee, ey. Das sind ja schon fast Kapitel 2, Akt 3, Kapitel 2 Ausmaße an.
Lady Farina, it's
Alter!
it's like a
Als ob du das
dream to
wirklich...
speak with you up close like this. I've heard
Bro,
that
ich dachte,
the
du meinst
first
das als
person I was
Scherz.
honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Illusion 100.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds
Ja.
of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh Mann, ey. Digga.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are
noch
more than
mehr
willing to share your burden
good
with you.
stuff.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first.
Mann.
Just this once.
Menschen hunderte Jahre so eine Last auf sich tragen.
To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows.
Ohne Aussicht auf ein Ende.
It could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Es ist jetzt vorbei.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Oh,
it
ja.
seems that trusting
sie ist
humanity
flat.
was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've
Ich finde, sie
long
könnte ruhig
sensed
ein
that the
bisschen mehr Vorbau
Oratrice is
haben.
no
Ein
simple
bisschen mehr.
machine. Yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own
Zumindest A oder
consciousness.
B.
And Lenny did mention
Medium
that
is
he heard a
premium.
human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
Aha!
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Hä?
I beg your pardon?
What?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Was? Was?
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Das erklärt doch so.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Das erklärt auch seine Voice-Line, wenn man ihn maxt.
It's just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Ja!
I've never quite seen it that
Ich dachte, ich habe mir nicht viel weiter bei der
I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Sprich, ich habe
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Also, technically habe ich also jetzt den Hydro Archon schon.
Had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves.
Also, mehr oder weniger. Weil
essentially the same crime.
Dann hat er ja am Ende die Kraft des Archons zurück. Sprich, seine volle Kraft.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin...
Ja, das weiß ich ja. Das weiß ich ja. Die Kräfte der Archons sind basic, also es gab die Dragon Sovereigns und von den Dragon Sovereigns wurden die Kräfte von den Heavenly Principles gezogen, um daraus quasi die Kräfte der Archons zu schaffen. Und er war quasi diese als Reinkarnation ein geschwächter Drache. Und jetzt kriegt er die Archon-Kräfte zurück, also die Kräfte, die für den Hydro Archon benötigt waren, um so ein vollwertiger
have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Alter, man hört halt wirklich in der Stimme.
At last.
Wie er selbst gerade das verkraften muss. Man hört wirklich so dieses Zittern in der Stimme, das finde ich so geil gerade.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Salutiert bitte einmal alle für Forsalor. Ich würde ja gern auch gerade meine Hand zum Salut heben, aber nein! Nicht weinen! Nicht weinen, Nervalette! Oh, was? Doch, Mann. Hydro Dragon, please don't cry. Oh. Ich weine nicht. Das ist nur Schweiß.
Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Alter. Kizaru, war das der erste Mindblow? War das jetzt der erste?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge
Alter
just
Schwede,
happened.
ey.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient
Und ich
to
erst
deal with it.
Heli.
Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the
Wie
primordial
viel Zeit
from the
noch
creature.
ungefähr, bis ich
We should
durch
seize
bin?
the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the
Habe ich
oracles
noch
can
viel
no
vor
longer
mir,
function,
also
I require an
in
executor to help me mete out justice.
quantitativ.
The root of the
Okay.
calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
But how are we going
Nervous, nervous.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Solidify!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
By royal decree.
Stabilize!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. To trigger its hostility.
Ja, das ist insane gerade. Oh. Wait a second. Wieso erinnert der mich an die Schlangenritter aus Dingens?
The tide is beckoning. Gather! I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Und Alter, diese Musik.
Reveal thyself. Absorption test.
Alter, das sah geil aus gerade. Skirk? Oder wer ist das? Alter! Alter, die sieht ja geil aus.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
Und das sah gerade ein bisschen so aus wie das Quantum-Element aus Star Rail.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Ja.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
How beyond the world?
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Pet?
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Alter, sieht sie geil aus.
Master's master. Wait, is that right?
So you don't know him. Sorry, I
Was wurde
assumed you
vorhin
did.
gesagt, Masterplay?
His name is Sertologi.
Oh, okay. Sertologi, okay.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Rhindaughter!
Part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard
Golden
all those names and
Rhindaughter.
titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Mein Meister ist jemand wie Rhindaughter.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Wie, das klingt für mich, als wäre ihr Meister ein Teil vom Hexenzirkel auch. Also Rhindaughter ist ja im Hexenzirkel, das wissen wir ja. Und Rhindaughter hat ja unter anderem auch Albedo geschaffen. Und sie beschreibt ja jetzt gerade so, dass ihr Meister so wie Rhindaughter ja scheinbar ist.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Was zur Hölle?
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Was?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Hä?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Map Update, alles unter Wasser jetzt? Vogel. Hä?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Oh mein Gott, das Schiff! Let's go!
All hands
Rio!
emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Oh, da ist ein Netz!
is receding.
Oh? Das Wasser geht zurück, Nani?
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Ey, ich hoffe so sehr, dass wir aus irgendwelchen Gründen in der Conclusion, also nach den Geschehnissen, das Schiff besuchen können.
What is wrong?
Alter, ey. Yes, stop it! Der wollte schon wieder ansetzen, der Typ.
The soil renewed. The Spina Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia,
Millicents.
spokesperson of the Spina Rasula, and we spoke about
Aber was ich mich halt frage, was ist denn jetzt mit, was war dann in der Zwischenzeit mit den anderen Nationen? Weil wir wissen ja, dass Fontaine auf einem Plateau liegt.
Skyship Winglet, lunar bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call
Da
the
muss
first
man ja
researcher
bedenken.
bad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why
Ich würde auch sagen, wenn wir dann so weit durch sind, dann spreche ich das alles nochmal durch, weil ich muss selbst erstmal das alles nochmal festig im Kopf gefühlt.
Oh, this time will
Weil,
be different.
holy shit, ist das
Let's head to
packed.
Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Okay. Also gut. Ich spreche dann schon mal ein paar Sachen an, also. Dieser Wahl war jetzt also unser erster Kampf gegen die Heavenly Principles oder was? Weil da bin ich total verwirrt, also. Wir haben ja diesen Wahl bekämpft. Und Skirk scheint ja mit den Heavenly Principles auch zu tun zu haben. Das ist meine Frage gerade. Okay. Das ist so verwirrend.
Navia!
Genau. Da war es das Pet von dem Meister von
Oh, it's
Skirk.
you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies.
Snežević?
And is
Den Namen haben wir
helping
doch
with
schon mal
our work.
gehört.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Oh, das ist einfach so ein
We've lost a
generischer
lot of
Name bei
people,
denen.
But we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaines' stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not
Ja,
emphasize
bei
our
dem
role too
Design
much in your
dachte ich
report?
auch so
It's not
irgendwie
charity we're
an
doing.
diese
We just
Schlangenritter.
happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
Ja, Schlafbefehle.
Keep it as
Weil es
simple
im
as
Masterplay
possible.
in den Chasms,
Would you
wo
be
wir
willing
ja
to feature
diese
as
komischen
friendly
Ritter hatten.
neighbors?
Daran habe ich jetzt bei dem Design als erstes gedacht.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Wir wissen aber auch noch nicht, was es genau mit dem... Also, wir wissen ja auch noch nicht ansatzweise, was es mit dem Abyss auf sich hat. Nicht, dass das Abyss und die Heavenly Principles doch mehr gemein haben, als wir bisher denken oder wissen.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Alter, Charlotte.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I
Charlotte,
the same
ey.
as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture.
I mean, das würde ja dazu passen, dass das ja eine Sünde war von dem Hydra Archon.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty
Goddammit, Neo. Warum werde ich schon wieder
Who
abgeschnabbert?
knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Keine Ahnung, Shizaru.
Really do have that never
Da bin ich
say
mal auf die
die
ganzen,
spirit. I'm impressed.
die ganzen, wie heißt
I'll
das?
hazard a guess that this is how you got that
Interpretationsvideos
interview
und
at
so
the Fortress of
gespannt.
Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur
No,
Nerviette,
Licky
and he told
Licky.
you, right?
Stop it.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
Und ja, ein weiterer Grund ist halt, Schalt hat ja diesen Wal gefunden, nachdem er in irgendeinem Abyss gefallen ist. Also wäre sehr, sehr logisch. Ja.
Stay safe now.
Licky ist böse.
Tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oh, Tee. Alter, ey. Teleport. Licky ist gut, nee. Alter, nee, keine Haut auf dem Pudding. Pudding mit Haut ist ein Bann wert.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Rio Daddy.
Duke! Did you come all the way to
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the
Charlotte kriegt
fortress,
doch mal
sir.
ihre Infos
No
zu
need to thank
Brio.
But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement.
Of course, of
Pudding,
course.
Pudding mit Autos.
Alright then, this
Ich
way.
hab einfach.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like
Stimmt,
that.
die sind ja ein paar.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
Also,
Might this interview
wir
be
wissen, dass
very
sie ein paar sind,
important
aber
to you
die
then?
wollen es nicht zugeben.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird.
No, nichts cute.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Fake.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself an exclusive scoop.
Oh.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my
Ist
answer,
okay,
I'm
ich mach
afraid.
fürs nächste Mal
Best to
eine
interview our head nurse
Printnachricht.
instead.
Das, wenn
Or
ich
perhaps
Story
you'd like to take
mäßige
another
Sachen
photo of
spiele,
this
dass man
couple of
möglichst
researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
ein bisschen
two
nachdenken
solo
sollte,
photos will
welches
do.
Handel.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here.
Ich sollte mir
We've
das
seen
nicht
this kind of thing
zusammen.
before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you,
Ich frage mich, was Sicherlich für ein Getränk geschaffen hat. Etwa eine
let's find a brighter spot.
Sprout?
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how
Oder vielleicht eine 8-Up? Oder vielleicht eine Pepsi?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes.
Ja, eine
here.
Schwappschwipp.
Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
Hm,
Not that you would
ja.
want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine.
Irgendwann
Bad being that they
wird
must face extended
Clea
sentences for abetting his escape.
Achso, Zila.
Oh,
Kila,
actually, what about you?
Lesen kann ich.
Gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Ah, ich hasse... I mean, es ist wenigstens nicht so nervig wie in Sumeru, aber ich hasse dieses Hin- und Hergerenne. Not gonna lie. Ha!
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Echt, habe ich... Oh, scheiße.
Navia mentioned that she
Rip.
stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
Ah,
I wonder which of
egal.
my friends would fall for that.
Naja.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Oder du könntest gleich nochmal gucken, ob die da eventuell noch zufällig stehen.
Yes, I
Ah,
was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well,
What-
after Lady Farina
heard what? About the
Father and
bird?
Monsieur Nervulette
The bird,
opened
bird, bird is the
negotiations
word.
during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for
I
it.
mean, braucht ja
It
nicht
could
die
have been done
Gnosis,
as an
weil...
apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
I mean, hat ja schon die Kräfte rausgezogen.
We're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervulette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervulette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff. Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
Okay,
I feel
lebt
like the
noch.
recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Dimes, danke für deinen Resub mit richtiger Resub. Hallöchen,
By
willkommen.
such a simple switching of sides?
Ha? Oh, Mami.
Father. Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to
Mommy,
see how my
father.
children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Huh.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
Okay, sie spielt quasi ihre eigene
I
Seite.
very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss
Was?
Journalist.
Aber sie hat's halt somit noch mal betont.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken,
Sie
there are
ist
diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a
auf
photo of
unserer
you.
Seite,
That
basically.
is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as
Sie
much
ist
as you'd
uns
like
freundlich.
about our dear
Das ist
magicians
so
and
super.
our upcoming rookie talent.
Ich find's immer klasse, wenn vermeintlich böse Charaktere eigentlich gutartig sind.
I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I
Ja.
don't dare to take a picture.
Sie hat so eine hotte Presence, ich
Thankfully,
weiß.
I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met
Naja,
too.
wir wissen ja immer noch
What do
nicht.
you know?
Chisaro, wir
I'm
müssen
doing the
bedenken,
exact same thing right
wir wissen
now.
noch immer nicht,
So many things have happened.
was die wahre, also was die
Pockets are still the
tatsächliche
pockets.
Inter
I guess this must be life.
Intention
We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead
der
you to your
Tsaritsa
fated
ist.
friends. All right then, we'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Bye bye.
Well, guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
So, gesellt euch zu uns. Gebt euch den Pudding
Oha.
hin.
Oha. Ein Raider. Hallöchen. Ich weiß, ich frage mich, warum es so laut ist. Hallöchen, Black Phoenix. Danke für deinen Raid. Ich muss jetzt gerade erstmal zu sehen, dass ich deinen Namen richtig eingebe. Ah. Ich sollte vielleicht auch Black Phoenix schreiben und nicht Black Phoenix. Gut, gut. Und wie geht's euch? Was wurde Feines gezockt? Was gab es bei euch so? Ja, ist bei euch auch Genshin? Oha. Habt ihr auch die Story schon durch oder worauf habt ihr euch konzentriert? Und für alle dazu gestoßen, ich bin damit, ich bin eine digitale Lebensform, beziehungsweise genau genommen ein Glitch in der digitalen Welt. Und nun als VTuber für euch da. Und Chaos stellen. Und Pudding zu essen. Hä? Hä? Ne, bin noch in Sumeru. Ich habe erstmal die Welt für Primus erkundet. Ja, gut. Aber Sumeru ist ja schon. Ja, gut, ich sollte mich auch vernünftig nach dem Cut orientieren und nicht einfach stumpf irgendwo rein oder so. Erstmal mit Nuvillette zu Nuvillette gehen. Ich liebe es, wenn ich mich dumm anstelle. Kappa. Ja, das war der Weltpoint. Mein Blau Nummer 3, okay.
Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Und Black Phoenix, damit du Bescheid weißt, ich habe jetzt gerade die aktuellste Quest in Fontaines gemacht. Wir haben ein paar Mindblows hinter uns und ja, sind jetzt auf den letzten Metern.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Oh ne, scheiße, sag nicht. Ich hab's gerade verpasst, weil ich gerade kurz aufs Handy geguckt habe. Bitte sag nicht, ich hab's verpasst jetzt gerade. Bitte nicht. Bitte nicht, bitte nicht, bitte nicht. Okay, gut.
Fusillor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Danke für den
Fontainians
Look.
were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the
okay.
primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Das erklärt, warum die sich...
Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah.
Ah, wie geil.
Fusillor finally managed to fulfill the original Oceanids into real people.
Alter. Der Mittelfinger gegen Celestia wird immer größer gerade von Fontaine. Fontaines Mittelfinger an Celestia. Er schmeckt.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fusillor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fusillor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
Ja.
Back when Fontanians hadn't yet
Da war
become
das
real humans,
ungewollt.
were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Also, Fontaines Zukunft.
Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Okay, damit ist sie basically, ist jetzt basically, in Anführungszeichen, der Archon. I know, es gibt kein Hydro Archon mehr, aber von dem, also hinsichtlich der offiziellen Angelegenheiten ist halt jetzt der, in Anführungszeichen, Archon.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first
500
and
Jahre von
foremost
psychischen
continue to
Schmerzen
serve
dürfen irgendwie
Fontaine as
krass.
its highest judge.
Oh ja, das
The
wird
duty of the
ein
Hydro
bisschen was
Sovereign
brauchen
and the
auf jeden
duty of
Fall.
the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Wir haben einfach einen Charakter, der stärker als ein Archon ist!
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality,
Und er ist nicht nur lore-wise insane stark.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Ja, eben.
As such, it has lost all
I
meaning
mean,
for Fontaine.
die Archons waren ja bisher
Pure designs,
ziemlich
might as well
strong.
accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Ja, und der Fluch, da frage ich mich auch, was damit jetzt ist. Vielleicht erfahren wir das in der Story-Quest dann.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Oh, da bin ich jetzt gespannt.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Reich der Drachen?
Nation of dragons? You mean like you?
Oh?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the The dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war.
Oh, Nation of War, ja, das
ravages
wussten
those
wir ja.
lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's
Und auf welcher Position war der Captain nochmal?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Das war doch hier der Erste, oder?
Be open to you.
War Kapitan noch nicht der Erste?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Das muss ich jetzt gerade eben wissen, bevor ich mich in den letzten Mindblow stürze. Ist Nummer 10 noch so. Ach stimmt, Piero ist der Erste, stimmt. So, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt.
Still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Jetzt bin ich echt gespannt.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in.
God's
It's
curse?
quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Was? Remains of the... Was?
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Ja, das weiß ich noch. Die göttlichen Herzen sind Teile vom Third Descendant? Und wir wissen ja, dass die Archons durch die Heavenly Principles introduced wurden, oder nicht? Aber ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass das Fontaines ist. Ich glaube nicht, dass Fontaines der Third Descender dann ist.
Well, that much is true. After Focalors' divinity
Sprich, der
faded, she handed
Third
her gnosis to
Descender
me.
wurde in die 7 Archons
But I
aufgeteilt.
fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Holy
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity
Ja, nee.
to possess a different
Die-
sort of common sense.
Die göttlichen
which is
Herzen
why
wurden
there are
ja
so many
aus
problems in
den
our
Kräften
attempts
der
to
7 Drachen
communicate with
geschaffen.
humans.
Die Drachen haben von Anfang an auf Teyvat gelebt. Oder in Teyvat gelebt. So viel ist ja schon mal bekannt. Und es ist bekannt, dass die Kräfte der Archons ursprünglich den Drachen gehörten. Also so wie ich es interpretiere, jetzt gerade, muss scheinbar ja der Third Descendant den Drachen die Kräfte genommen haben und hat diese als seine Überreste an die 7 Archons verteilt. So verstehe ich es gerade.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of
Alter,
objects
was?
of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Aber das bitte. Die Art und Weise, wie Skirk gerade redet, das ist ein Zeichen dafür, dass Skirk nicht Celestia gesonnen ist, sondern eher Richtung Canaria oder Abyss. Das kann natürlich auch sein. Boah, ey. Alter.
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
Wir wissen somit, dass Skirk auf jeden Fall gegen Celestia
This
ist.
third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oh, und Child kriegt eine höhere, also eine wichtige Rolle. Alter, das Wasser.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful
Alter,
or
wie
not.
bei Child weiterhin
Wanted to pass
relevant
that information on
hält.
to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Interesting, auf jeden Fall.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision.
Stimmt, wie spielen dann unsere Kräfte damit rein? Weil wir können ja basically die Kräfte der Archons in gewisser Weise annehmen. Also quasi eine Art Mini-Gnosis bilden. So nenne ich es jetzt mal. Oder nee, wir sagen einfach mal, wir haben einen Resonator. Und dieser Resonator reagiert quasi auf das göttliche Herz der jeweiligen Region, wodurch wir ja unser Element anpassen können. Boah, ey, mein... Alter. Holy shit!
No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
Danke, Palmer, du hast es perfekt ausgedrückt.
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all? That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes.
Einmal stop you right there.
Es
gibt jetzt eine andere Idee. Wenn wir die Elemente aufnehmen, übernehmen wir nicht klein bisschen die Elemente der Aqua, sondern der Drachen. Genau.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Ja, ich meine das ja so. Quasi die Kraft, die mit der Gnosis zusammenhängt. So meine ich das halt, Masterplay. Weil wir wissen ja, die Gnosis wir wissen jetzt, die Gnosis sind Überreste des dritten Descenders. Und diese Überreste des dritten Descenders sind quasi ein Auszug der Kräfte der Dragon Sovereigns. Und wir als vierter Descender können diese Kräfte, die mit dieser Gnosis einhergehen, empfangen, also mit diesen Kräften resonaten. Weswegen unsere Elementarkräfte auch eine gewisse Ähnlichkeit mit den ersten 4 Archons hatten. Und halt jetzt mit Neuvillette, wenn man nicht mal überlegt. Weil Animo Traveler hat Moveset-Ähnlichkeiten zu Venti. Geo Traveler hat Ähnlichkeiten zu Zhongli. Electro Traveler hat Ähnlichkeiten vom Moveset her zu Raiden. Dendro Traveler hat Ähnlichkeiten zu Nahida. Und genau, Hydro Traveler hat Ähnlichkeiten zu Neuvillette. Deswegen hatten ja viele auch die Theorie, dass Neuvillette vielleicht der eigentliche Archon ist. Was für mich von Anfang an klar war, dass es nicht der Fall sein wird. Und jetzt wissen wir ja auch, dass Neuvillette diese Kräfte aus der Gnosis in gewisser Weise, also diese Elementarkräfte, die mit dieser Gnosis sozusagen konzentriert war, hat er ja in sich jetzt wieder canonically aufgenommen. Ja, der Burst, der passt nicht zu Nahida, das stimmt. Aber ich glaube, das war bei allen bisher nicht so der Fall, weil der Wirbelwind, also dieser Tornado bei Animo Traveler, der passt nicht ganz zu, ja, wie heißt es? Zu Venti. Das würde eher zu Dwalen passen, würde ich sagen, sogar. Dann, von Geo-Traveler, das Feld, das passt eher zu Astaha, würde ich sogar sagen. Das Ding ist, Dwalin und Astaha sind keine Dragon Sovereigns. Aber ich denke mal, dass das trotzdem passt ist, weil, vielleicht hängen die trotzdem mit den Dragon Sovereigns zusammen. Oder so. Da gibt es ja auch Theorien, dass vielleicht die beiden zum Beispiel irgendwie zu Dragon Sovereigns noch gemacht werden oder so. Ja, die Sovereigns sind ja basically die stärksten. Sind quasi die Oberhäupter der Elementardrachen jeweils. Boah, was war noch mal der Burst von, wie heißt er? Von Electro Traveler. I mean, bei Apep wissen wir ja, dass Apep, meine ich, der Dendro Sovereign ist, wenn ich mich nicht irre, ne? Apep war, meine ich, confirmed der Dendro Sovereign. Die nach vorne fliegen und Energy rechargen. Und der Elemental Skill vom Electro Traveler, der passt eher zum... Aber der Elemental Skill passt zu Reiten, ne? Meine ich. Weil so war das, meine ich, mit Ausnahme vom... Also, bis auf den Hydro Traveler waren ja, meine ich, alle anderen Elementarformen vom Traveler so, dass der Elemental Skill Ähnlichkeiten zum Archon hat.
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky,
Alter, ey.
they will one day
Holy
return to the earth
shit.
as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way
Mein
or
Kopf ist
another,
am Qualm
but the
gefühlt.
rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Alter. Bruder, was war das für eine Quest? Mal, was wird da angezeigt? Ah, Moment, ich kann mir ja noch die ganzen Achievements jetzt abholen. Ja, das ist krank.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to be friendly and cause them no harm.
Ready for a rehearsal?
The campaign begins.
Olarkon-Team. Ungelogen, ich bin ein bisschen am Überlegen, ob ich darauf hinbauen soll. Einfach All Authorities Team. Nee, das mache ich jetzt eigentlich nur, damit ich an eine gewisse Position kann. Oder, ja, ich schau mal, an welche Position ich gehe. Ich glaube aber, ich gehe tatsächlich trotzdem an den Platz, wo Furina normalerweise ist, wenn ich es hinkriege.
Crumble! Rise! Crumble! Rise!
Shit.
Brace yourselves.
Ah.
Quake!
Mach ich gleich mal.
Rise!
Yahoo!
Crumble!
Brace yourselves.
So, perfekt. Wir haben den Platz schon mal erreicht. So, was bei Neuvillette und Furina steht.
Now the curtain has finally fallen on her performance. The character she portrayed was an imaginary one, yet in playing that role, she fulfilled her duties. Though she is meek and full of doubt by nature, she was able to use madness to stiffen her resolve and see her duty through to its conclusion. The work that she has done over the centuries is truly immense. If she were to ever make a return...
Ach so. Macht der alten Drachen. Ja, das Ding ist, Shizaru. Ich frage dich eine Sache. Wie soll ich das gerade nachgucken, wenn ich Furina noch gar nicht habe? Du Vollidiot. Character Archive, okay. Wollen wir mal schauen. Ah ja, stimmt, in Details kann man ja trotzdem. Da ist immer noch Fragezeichen, Fragezeichen, Fragezeichen. Und ich glaube, dafür muss ich die Story Quest machen. So, aber jetzt heißt es erstmal pullen. Wir haben 58 Puls aktuell. 2 kriegen wir wahrscheinlich noch zusammen. Aber gut, ab in die Puls, würde ich sagen. Bonjour, you fucking Schade, bei mir hat es nicht funktioniert. Ja, das wusste ich aber schon, weil, Double Force da. Imagine Charlotte First Try oder Furina First Try. Ich finde das immer noch so krank, wie es Tare geschafft hat. So. Zweiter Zehner. Bonjour, you fucking Schade. Mein Pity? Ich habe kein Pity. Ich habe, seit ich Ricey gezogen habe, nicht mehr gepullt. Also das wird eine interessante Sache, ob es überhaupt bei mir was wird. Oh, Sayu! Gut, dann kann ich mir nämlich schon mal hier 2 Puls holen. Ah. Ganz viel Trash. Oh, Charlotte! Nice. So. Vierter Tempel. Oh, direkt eine Constellation. C1. Nice. Fünfter Tempel. Ah. Ärgerlich. Letzter Tempel. Den ich aktuell habe. Und dann muss ich irgendwie farmen. RIP. RIP, RIP, RIP. Ah, schade, hätte ja klappen können. Ärgerlich, leider kein Glück. Leider kein Glück gehabt. Wait, Beto ist bei mir erst C3? Huch. So, mein ursprüngliches Thema wiederherstellen.
I can do it. In the name of the Prinzessin.
Na, ärgerlich. Anfang einer World-Quest oder was? Ich wollte doch eigentlich nur zu der Ollen hin. Mann. Ja, ich habe direkt die Archon-Story gemacht, Marcel. Ich habe mich direkt in die Main-Story gestürzt. Das ist der gesamte Stream bisher gewesen. Oh boy, ich werde so viel noch zu tun haben. Nee, ich habe mich da noch nicht reingestürzt, tatsächlich. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Quests, die nicht mit zu tun haben, scheinbar. Interesting. Ich muss sogar noch hierhin ein Gebiet aufdecken. So, erstmal mache ich noch mal hier den Fight. Ich will den machen. Let's go! Wahl bekämpfen.
Solidify. Gather. Stabilize. Silence.
Ah, der Kampf ist halt schon irgendwie geil.
Gather. Settle down. Stabilize. Solidify.
Boom.
Bow your head.
By royal decree.
Be sanctified. I will have order.
Oh ja, die Musik ist wirklich geil.
Animal test 6308. And hit.
Silence. Stabilize. Settle down.
Absorption test. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Boom, boom, boom.
Silence. Gather. The tides beckon.
Let's go.
Oz reveal bicep. Stand clear. Animal hypostate.
Order guide you.
Order.
Stabilize.
Absorption test.
Ah.
Settle down.
Das stimmt. Wo ist die Musik hin?
By royal decree.
Einfach keine Musik mehr. Gerade.
Silence!
Gather!
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Be sanctified.
Stand clear.
Alter, wo? Als ob keine Musik mehr da ist. Da Fuck.
Stabilize!
Das stimmt, ja, aber... Ah! Ja, man merkt, dass es eigentlich so ausgelegt ist, dass man möglichst in seiner Zeitenphase ihn legt. Da ist auf einmal jetzt wieder Musik.
Solidify!
The tides beckon.
Animal test 6308.
Gather!
What the fuck?
Solidify!
Settle down.
Bow your head.
Besiegt. Alter, die Boss-Drops sehen ja geil aus. Raumlösungsmittel. Alter, sieht das geil aus. Es gibt noch mehr so Star Rail-Vibes einfach dann. Holy fuck. Dann gehen wir noch Abhelp klatschen, auf jeden Fall. Well, why not?
Silence!
Oz, reveal dice. Stand clear.
Stabilize!
Be sanctified.
Absorption test.
Settle down.
Solidify!
Zack, erste Phase geschafft.
Silence!
By royal decree.
This is order! Gather!
Stand clear.
The tides beckon.
Shadow Raven. Let night fall. Absorption test.
Solidify! down. Stabilize.
Boom. Und boom. Ach ja, mit meinem Team ist der Boss so easy.
Enhanced animal module 75.
Silence.
No rest for the wicked.
Solidify. Bow your head.
I will have order.
Oh. Wow, danke.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Silence.
Be sanctified.
Unbesiegt. Ah, hier hatte ich nicht so ein Glück. Egal. Nicht schlimm. So, wen mache ich noch? Ist er das? Ich glaube, Skara klatsche ich noch. Dann habe ich meine 3 Weeklies für die Woche weg.
Bow before me, worm. Solidify.
Oz, reveal. Stand clear. Animal test 63 up.
Stabilize. Insignificant pest.
Absorption test.
Solidify. My endless cycle begins. The tides beckon.
Und boom.
Be not perturbed. Unscathed.
Settle down.
Boom. Ja, er ist der Wurm im Vergleich zu mir.
I am the all-knowing God.
So. Einmal das einsammeln.
Solidify. Settle down. Burn to oblivion.
I summon thee.
Wunderbar.
Silence.
Rausch.
Gather. This is order. Reality is pain.
Würde ich mir auch so denken, wenn ich so vor einem Full-Flash-Dragon stehen würde.
Solidify. Burn to oblivion. Good
So.
riddance, cruel world.
Ah, wie niedlich.
Quake.
Let's go!
Settle down. Be sanctified.
By royal decree. Swirl, mark.
Kann man das in gewisser Weise einen One-Face nennen? Weil ich musste noch einmal auf eine Roulette wechseln nach meinem Setup und dann boom, tot. So muss das immer laufen. So ein paar Sachen kann ich ja schon mal hier rumgucken. Zumindest die Statue und so weiter freischalten. 1, 2 Punkte vielleicht noch holen. Das meiste werde ich wahrscheinlich dann privat machen. Ich glaube, ich habe irgendwas gelesen von 66 müsste es geben. Jetzt in den neuen Gebieten. Und ich bin auch ehrlich mit dir, ich glaube, das ist noch nicht das letzte Gebiet gewesen, weil hier fehlt, glaube ich, noch was. Hier kommt noch eine Erweiterung. Also entweder hier oder hier kriegen wir noch eine Erweiterung. Oder beides. Naja, wir haben hier so entlanggehend die Grenze. Dann brauchen wir hier aber auf jeden Fall noch was. Ich glaube aber eher, dass wir hier was kriegen. Ja, wenn, so viel ich weiß, sogar bis 4.8 wird es gehen. Ah, da ist schon wieder so eine Qualle. Quallen sind super. Oh. Zack, einmal freischalten. Ja, schließlich für Primus. Hä? Uff. Das verwirrt mich gerade. Oder muss man von hier aus? Nee. Von hier aus schafft man es auch nicht. Da Fuck. Muss es noch irgendwas geben? Das ist confusing. Wie man da dran kommen soll. Das wurmt mich jetzt so ein bisschen. Ah! Aha. Haha! Hab's. Und ich habe da hinten irgendwas gesehen, was ich aktivieren kann. Ich spiele Piano und Miau Miau. Oh, hier ist eine Quest. Miau, miau, miau. Wuff, wuff, wuff. Wuff, wuff, wuff. Miau, miau, miau. Hallöchen, Hompi, na, wie geht's? Willkommen im Stream. Kommst aber relativ spät rein. Ich werde wahrscheinlich bald schon Ende machen. Ja, nur mein Kopf ist am Rauchen vor Archon Quest. Ah. Bin bloß von AOT-Existenzkrise in die nächste gerutscht. Ehe. Oh, da haben wir wieder eine Weltquest, die wir noch brauchen werden. Oh, hier unter Wasser werde ich auch wieder Unmengen Spaß haben. Das weiß ich jetzt schon. Oh. Oh. Oh, hier ist irgendwo wieder ein Hydroculus. Ah, hier. Okay. What? Hä? Wo bin ich denn jetzt gelandet? What the fuck?
Bow your head. Solidify.
Animal test 6308.
Silence. Gather.
Oh, it's revealed.
Hä? Hä? Bin ich denn hier gelandet jetzt? Ich weiß es nicht. Ich habe noch nicht mal die Karte so weit aktualisiert.
Bow your head. Solidify.
By royal decree.
Ich weiß es nicht, wie ich das immer schaffe. What the fuck? Oh. Ich weiß es nicht. Alter, wie viele Hydrokuli sollen hier bitte sein? Alter, was ist das für ein Ort? Oh. Was ist das hier gerade, ey? Alter, ey. Wir haben es geschafft, an einem Ort zu landen. Oh, oh mein Gott, luxuriöse Truhe. Oh, Scheiße. Hä? Mysterienspiegel? Was? Ah, what the fuck?
Gather. I will have order.
Wo bin ich hier? Was? Hä?
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Crumble.
Lol. The fuck? Ah, hier. Dich brauche ich eher. Nicht verarschen, Spiel. Kiste! Alter, ey. Wie bin ich hierher gekommen? Was war das jetzt gut? Oh. Mora. Ey, das verwirrt mich so sehr. Ah, lol. Ich bin einfach nur dumm. Lol. Hurra. Noch mehr Mora. Kann ich direkt mal diese Markierung wieder löschen? Oh, Kiste. Bin ich hier? Oh mein Gott. Arthurs Bekenntnis? Quest-Item. Arthurs geschlagen. Zum Strand. Okay. Oh lol, hier ist einfach mal. Oh, da hinten ist eine Kiste. Ich darf mich nicht so sehr ablenken lassen schon wieder. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Das war nicht so geplant. Ah. Liams Ballade. Okay. Oh, hier ist ein Hydroculus irgendwo. Irgendwie muss ich da reinkommen. Ah, okay. Nevermind.
Bow your head. Stabilize.
Stand clear. Oz, reveal.
Oh. Okay. Hawk. Nice. Oh, wo geht's jetzt hin? Ich habe schon wieder viel zu viel Spaß unter Wasser. Ah! Ah, lol. Oh, Kiste. Was? Was ist denn hier schon wieder für eine Höhle? Wo bin ich denn jetzt schon wieder? Au! Hä? Schon wieder diese komische Musik. Wo bin ich jetzt schon wieder gelandet?
Silence. Settle down. Solidify.
Was denn, Marcel?
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items.
Hä? Oh, da unten ist irgendwo ein Hydrokulus. Oder hier unten halt, was weiß ich.
Silence!
Ich muss auch rausfinden, was es hier alles gibt. Okay. Okay, ich glaube, ich muss hier erstmal rein. Ab ins Mysterienportal. What the fuck?
Animal test 6308.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Oh, Kiste.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Hier geht's scheinbar runter.
Silence! Gather!
Absorption test. Animal test 6308.
Oh. What the fuck is this place? Wo bin ich hier gelandet? What is this place? Ich weiß es nicht.
Absorption test.
Man muss mich literally anleiten, weil ich sonst einfach so wirr rumlaufe. Und irgendwo hinrenne, wo ich nicht hingehen sollte. Ja, gegen Hydroschleime sagt man immer Hydro einsetzen.
Stand clear.
This is order. Bow your head.
Die Ragdoll Physics. Oh, Portal.
Silence. Solidify.
Auf geht's. Rein hier.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Let's go! Alle, hopp! Den einmal hoch. Oh, hier geht's ins Wasser. Oh shit. Oh. Ja. Hawk. Hier drehen. fuck? Ein Hydrokulus haben wir hier schon mal. Yay! Nochmal nach oben. Äh, 10 Hydrokuli. Nice. Oha, und schon wieder eine Kiste hier.
Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Schön, dass hier nichts ist. Ich will hier aber gerade was anderes nachgucken. Ich wollte wissen, wie ich da hochkomme. Hä? What the f... Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Auch gut. Understandable.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So.
Wie habe ich das denn jetzt geschafft? Dabei wollte ich doch nur zur Statue hin. Ich wollte nur zur Statue. Das ist einfach so typisch mit. Ja, sorry. Ich muss doch gucken, was es alles gibt. Gibt es sonst noch irgendwas Wichtiges? Ey, die Höhle geht da noch weiter. Anscheinend.
Settle down.
Das ist ein... Oh mein Gott. Bitte sag nicht, hier geht noch eine Höhle. Nein? Okay.
Rise.
Wo zur Hölle bin ich? Oh, das ist eine Challenge. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Kiste.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Bow your head.
Lol. Haha! Wieder eine Kiste mehr. Das ist ja mal cool gewesen. Da oben ist doch locker flockig noch irgendwas zu finden.
Silence!
Ey, yo, ich werde angegriffen. Au! Könnt ihr mal aufhören damit? Ich bin erstmal raus für heute. Erfahren mit Genshin und Good Luck für weitere Furina-Puls. Ich muss ja eigentlich auch langsam mal oft gehen. Ich muss morgen wieder früh raus. Aber ich will mir zumindest noch eine Statue noch holen. Mehr will ich doch gar nicht. Ist da drüben was? Da drüben ist eine Kiste. Ja, einmal den richtig runter kurbeln. Und dann den hier. Geil, Kiste.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Oh! Challenge!
Bow your head. Gather! Be sanctified.
Be sanctified!
Silence!
Oh!
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Settle down!
Oh! Ja, moin. Oh. Kiste!
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure
das
chest
war
has
zum
at least made it a
Hochheben.
worthwhile experience.
Das sehe ich ja jetzt erst. Anyway, ich bin schlafen. Alles klar, schlaf gut. Oh. Boy.
Crumble.
Ah, okay. Never mind. Alle hopp. Yippie! So, da hinten ist die Statue. Jetzt gehen wir mal zur Statue. Auf dass ich nicht schon wieder was sehe, wo ich hin will. Ich habe so das Gefühl, dass diese Teile, die du gemacht hast, was mit dem Turm zu tun haben. Das kann sehr gut sein. Das Gefühl habe ich irgendwie auch. Aber hey, es ist eine luxuriöse Truhen, also. Ich muss ja sagen, erstmal das. 14 habe ich jetzt schon. Und 60 Siege. Oh, da unten ist eine Challenge. Oh, da drüben ist eine Truhe. Nein, ich hole jetzt nicht doch aus. Nee, habe ich noch nicht. Müsste ich noch. So, das eine Ding mache ich hier noch. Für die Truhe und dann. Ich war noch, ob ich irgendetwas freischalten kann, großartig. Also, ob ich irgendwie noch besondere Sachen kriege für Puls. Und das war's dann auch.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So,
Weil sonst mache ich hier noch ganz viele dumme Sachen. Ich hab's geschafft! Ich hab's zur Statue geschafft! Ich hab's so viel erkunden. Alter, ich hab schon 28%. Ach so, ja, deswegen. Und jetzt einmal noch zum Brunnen. Ich würde hier lachen, würde ich jetzt den Brunnen nicht weiter aufwerten können. Jetzt sehe ich irgendwo diese Materialien für Constellations. Außer halt bei den Charakteren. Scheint nicht so zu sein. Aber ich würde es schon gern wissen, wie viele Constellations ich mittlerweile habe. Aber dafür müsste ich dann den Hydro-Traveler ausrüsten, da habe ich eigentlich keinen Bock drauf. Zu viel zu lesen. $730, nice. Machen wir einmal so. Aber hier 2 Puls. Okay, I guess. Habe ich die Waffe auch mal. Ah. Aber hier habe ich leider kein Glück. Oh, Forster. Minguan, okay. Ich muss 50-50 noch gewinnen, ja?
Flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt water is crisp and
ja, das wäre schon cool. Da muss ich nur schauen, welcher Charakter am besten dafür geeignet ist. Für den Himmelsgrat. Muss ich halt gucken, welcher Charakter damit am besten ausgestattet wird. Aber nicht mehr heute.
pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the
I mean, die haben alle halt schon eine Waffe, die gut nutzen können. Also die bei denen vom guten Nutzen sind. Also wird die wahrscheinlich erstmal doof rumliegen. Hat eine Forster-Waffe mit HP Hat 5-Star, also hat Signature-Waffe. Hat eine 5-Star-Waffe mit Angriff. Hat den Jadespeer. Auf Shenne habe ich den habe ich die Signature-Waffe von Zhongli tatsächlich. Die benutze ich nicht. Sie hat Deathmatch. Aber Shenne spiele ich tatsächlich nur für den Buff, also nur als Support. I don't know. Bei ihr ist Catch besser und er kommt auf Elementargrund, also. Und das Lustige ist, ich habe noch einen zweiten Jadespeer rumliegen und dann jetzt die Waffe noch. Ich habe also so viele Stangenwaffen. Eigentlich brauche ich Schau. Ich behalte lieber die Waffe, to be honest, auf ihr. Ganz ehrlich. Einfach wegen dem Angriff-Buff. Also Angriff-Stat. Ja, weil ich nutze Zhongdong eher für den Schild. Und da habe ich lieber die Waffe, weil die hat halt LP-Stat. Und auf ihr halt die Waffe und da ich sowieso mein Team für zum Beispiel, also weil ich sowieso möglichst ein Schild haben möchte in meinen Teams, hat sie dann ja auch den Effekt gut genutzt. Was dann hier gut reinspielt.
Water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a
I mean, mal bitte, was sie für ein ATK-Stat allein jetzt schon hat auf Stufe 70. Und ihre Artefakte sind noch nicht ansatzweise gemaxt.
complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate.
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. Ich würde jetzt aber nicht mehr großartig was machen. Ja, ich weiß, ich habe noch einiges zu erkunden und so. Das mache ich aber offline oder so, keine Ahnung. Ich muss nicht selber auch langsam mal ab Richtung Bett. Muss wie gesagt morgen früh raus und so. Dementsprechend. Ja, Rip. Ich könnte allerdings noch mal schauen, ob wir irgendwen raiden können. Aber I don't know. Alter, jede Nachricht ich einfach habe. Jo, schlaf gut auf jeden Fall. Ich würde euch einfach mal zum lieben Rapi rüber raiden, also Rapinu. Der spielt Bramble, I guess. Und ich wünsche euch dort, falls ihr noch wach bleibt, viel Spaß und eine gute Nacht. Wir sehen uns am Freitag wieder für City Skyline 2. Es wird lustig. Bis dann aber. Schönen Abend euch noch. Hast du umgeschalten? Ja. Bye, bye.